All right, good evening. I'd like to now formally call this meeting of the Village Board of Arlington Heights to order on Monday, August 19, 2024, and ask you if you would all please rise and join the Village Board in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, would the clerk please call the roll?
Trustee Dunnington?
Here.
Trustee Grasse? Trustee Baldino?
Here.
Trustee Shirley?
Here.
Trustee LaBedz?
Here.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Here.
Trustee Bertucci?
Here.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Here.
President Hayes?
Here. First item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we just have one set to approve tonight. That's from our Village Board meeting of August 5, 2024. Are there any changes or passes? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Trustee Tinaglia, seconded by Trustee LaBedz. Any questions or comments from the board or from the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And next we have the approval of the accounts payable, and I call on Trustee Bertucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move approval of the warrant register for the check date August 15th, 2024 in the amount of $4,736,477.27.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Bertucci, seconded by Trustee Schwingbeck. Any questions or comments from the board? Anything from the audience? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Dunnington?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Shirley?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. Move on then to citizens to be heard. There being no recognitions or presentations this evening, this is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on items not on the agenda. And we do have one blue card from an individual who wants to speak on an item not on the agenda, and that's Roxanne Summer. Roxanne, if you just come forward. There she is. Okay.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem. Take your time.
Don't say that, you'll be here till October.
Oh, no. Well, Roxanne, you're just reminded of our 3-minute time limit, and so please let us know what you'd like to tell us about.
A little picture of the issue that I have, one of the issues, I don't know if I can give it to somebody.
Yeah, why don't you give it to our village manager? Yeah, Randy, why don't you go get that if you would?
Thank you. Hello, everybody, good evening. Is this on?
Yes.
My name is Roxanne Summer. I'm a resident of Rolling Meadows, but I'm a patient at the DeVita Center in Arlington Heights Road and Gulf Road. I've been a patient there for 4 years. The issue is a couple things. I realize it's private property. I'm a little bit out of breath.
Take your time.
The issue is I realize it's private property, and being such, you don't have any jurisdiction. But it's a super big safety issue. There's a stop sign located in front of the entryway to DeVita. Patients going in and out all the time. It's a medical center. Most of the people don't stop at the stop sign. So I'm asking if the Village of Arlington Heights can approach the owner and see if they can make some improvements to the visibility of those stop signs. Somebody's going to get hurt. I myself have almost been hit 3 times. It's not a good situation. Second thing is, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to be out of breath. I had dialysis this morning, so it's a medical facility. There's only one handicap spot. Are you kidding me? One handicap spot in front of a very large medical facility is not sufficient. We need to approach the owner, please, and ask if he can do something to add maybe 1 or 2 at least more handicap spots. It's very difficult, especially in the winter for me. I have to walk through snow blanks and climb over curbs just to get to my facility. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate your paying attention to me, listening to me tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roxanne, thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we do have the information, and we will certainly look into that. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address the board on items not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll close the citizens to be heard portion of the agenda and move on to the consent agenda. Are there any members of the board who wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Any members of the audience wish to request that an item be removed from the consent agenda? Seeing or hearing none, any members of the board wish to vote no or pass on any items on the consent agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval. Second.
Motion to approve by trustee Tinaglia, seconded by trustee Schwingbeck. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any members of the audience wish to make comment on any items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, roll call.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Shirley?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Dunnington?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. We moved pretty expeditiously to our one item of new business here this evening, which I think all of you are here for, and so we appreciate your attendance here this evening. Before we get started, I just want to make just a couple of comments. I understand certainly that both sides of the issue are very passionate about this proposal, but it's my responsibility as the presiding officer to maintain order and decorum for the benefit of all, to make sure that we get through this meeting as efficiently and effectively as possible, and to make sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to be heard. And so, as I said the last time this group was here many months ago, and as Chairman Cherwin said at the recent Plan Commission hearing, I think he did a very good job of explaining and cautioning the crowd that this is not a sporting event. And so please refrain from clapping, booing, hissing, and especially from throwing any objects at the village board or anyone in the audience. You know, this is a public meeting. And so we just want to conduct ourselves accordingly, courteously, and respectfully, both of your neighbors, regardless of what side of the issue they're on, and also of the village board as well. And so we will afford you that same courtesy and respect throughout these next few hours. So appreciate everybody's cooperation and compliance with those requests. The process this evening, we will have the petitioner come forward and present their proposal once again. Then we'll turn to the staff where Mr. Perkins, the director of our Planning and Community Development Department, will first talk about how we got here this evening and some of the unique voting requirements that will govern our actions here this evening and going forward. And then he'll give the staff's perspective on this proposal as well. Then we'll come back to the board for questions or comments, and then after that, we'll go to the audience. And I do have a large number of blue cards as we did last time, so we'll try to move through those as efficiently and effectively as possible. One thing that Chairman Cherwin did at the Plan Commission, I intend to do that here this evening, is to call on Arlington Heights residents first. I just think it's a fair way to handle this situation. They're the people that are going to be most impacted by this proposal. And so I will ask whether or not you live in Arlington Heights before you're given the opportunity to speak, first of all. So bear with me as I try to navigate that process going through these blue cards. Finally, I just want to make sure that we focus on the issues at hand this evening. The issues as I see them are whether or not the requested zoning changes are appropriate for this development at this location. And so I want to focus on the zoning issues here this evening, both on the village board level and hopefully on the audience level as well. I know there have been a lot of peripheral issues raised, a lot of data that has been discussed, and brought to light, but I do really want to focus, and I think it's important for our deliberations going forward to really focus on the issue at hand, which is what the village board will have to decide, is whether or not the requested changes to zoning at this location are appropriate. So with that, I will call on the petitioner to come forward and present their proposal.
Good evening. My name is Denise Reyes, and I'm here today to reintroduce Grace Terrace Development Project. Since we met here in December, we've had several meetings and conversations where we received feedback from village trustees, commissioners, and residents regarding our project. And we've taken that feedback to heart and are here today to present design changes in response to that feedback. A quick reintroduction to Full Circle. We've been a nonprofit organization, affordable housing developer since 1999, and own and manage over 1,600 units in Iowa, Michigan, and Illinois, with additional units approved or under construction. Our model to create affordable housing includes dedicating 75% economics to provide supportive services to our tenants. And Full Circle is not just a developer. We will be the long-term owner and property manager of this facility. And as such, we are committed to the success of the development and in being good neighbors in Arlington Heights. Full Circle is an award-winning affordable housing developer, and we've received support from local groups like the Housing Task Force and Faith in Action here in Arlington Heights. And we've also gotten letters of support for the work we've done in 8 municipalities, as well as letters of support for Grace Terrace from Cook County Commissioners Scott Brighton and Maggie Trevor, as well as the Arlington Heights Chamber of Commerce, who has agreed to help link our tenants to potential jobs here in the community. We're here today after being approached by the Housing Task Force, an organization committed to bringing housing opportunities to persons with disabilities in the northwest suburbs. The task force was successful in helping create Hearts Place, Arlington Heights' first permanent supportive housing development that opened in 2019. Hearts Place is fully leased and has an extensive wait list of over 100 people, and their wait list is now closed. This is also true for neighboring areas with permanent supportive housing or housing that similarly provides services for persons with disabilities, specifically Myers Place that opened in Mount Prospect in 2013, Phil Haven in Wheeling that opened in 2017, and Midtown Crossing in Des Plaines that also opened in 2017. And the success of these buildings demonstrates a continued need for this type of housing, in which we also believe was confirmed through a third-party market report. The task force approached us to build a new construction permanent affordable housing development here in Arlington Heights, and through working with the Housing Task Force, we believe that we can respond to the ongoing need for this type of housing in the northwest suburbs. In addition to creating long-term stability for persons with disabilities and veterans, this project aligns with the village's consolidated plan, specifically priority number 1, providing housing stability for veterans and persons with disabilities as an identified vulnerable population. And it also aligns with the village's 2024-25 strategic priorities. And a quick overview of Grace Terrace. It is 25 units, 21 bedrooms, and 5 two-bedrooms. The target population are for persons with disabilities and veterans. This is 100% permanent supportive housing, which is not transitional, meaning all tenants have leases. And supportive here means that there are services available to all residents, and residents are not required to use these services as part of their tenancy. This facility is for independent living, and residents must have a disability to live at Grace Terrace, and it is not designed to accommodate anyone in need of assisted living or 24-hour supervision. Grace Terrace is located at 1519 South Arlington Heights Road. Here on the site map, you see that it is on a main road very close to Gulf Road, and the site is a high priority area and is within a quarter of mile of plenty of amenities such as restaurants, stores, pharmacies, and public transportation. This slide shows our original proposal we presented last December where the building and parking lot faced east. We've heard feedback from this commission, from the trustees, as well as from residents regarding the orientation of the building, the proximity of the building to the neighbors, and the height of the building. We went back to our design team to look at ways that we can accommodate these changes. On the right-hand side is our new proposal. We reoriented the parking and the entry to be on the west side of the building instead of the east, facing Arlington Heights Road, to eliminate concerns around the proximity to the neighbors, to reduce the noise from cars in the parking lot, to minimize light spillage and the activity in general at the rear of the building. We have also minimized the front setback to accommodate this reorientation and maximize the distance from the building to the rear neighbors to address privacy concerns. We've eliminated the variances and now show a code-required parking and no longer have two separate lots. And as such, we are providing all 51 parking stalls, 8 of which are accessible. All parking will be situated on the west and north sides of the building, and we are open to entering into a parking agreement, shared parking agreement with the neighbors to the north for parking stalls on the north side of the lot of the site. We're providing an extensive landscape buffer for the privacy of our residents and the neighbors to the east. The landscape buffer ranges from 75 feet to 103 feet from our building to the rear property line. We're keeping existing trees wherever possible, but we are planting over 150 new trees across the site. There will be a 6-foot privacy fence at the north and east property line along the line of the evergreen trees with 8-foot minimum height at the time of planting. At the south end of the site is our stormwater detention area, which is a dry bottom, meaning that it will not have sitting water after a heavy rain. And then the chart here compares our project under the institutional zoning to the current office transitional zoning. We are less than 6 feet in building height difference to what is currently allowed. And we're providing a much greater rear setback than is required. And we are building on a much smaller portion of the site. And in comparison, the medical office previously approved for the site would have had 135 parking spaces and a building that was much larger and closer to the eastern lot, as close as 35 feet. Here's a view of the updated entry to the building. It was previously facing the rear neighbors and now is facing Arlington Heights Road. Some of the trees here are transparent, just so that you can see the building view, but there will be existing trees and new trees that will obscure the view of the building and the parking than what is shown currently here. This is a rendering that takes the view from the southeast of the building and shows the extensive landscape buffer and the distance between our building and the east property line. And this view shows from the east neighbor's side yard and is an approximation of the existing trees on their site. And as you can see here, the rendering, the building will be largely obscured by existing and new landscaping and is a considerable distance from the neighbor. This is a site section facing south and is showing the north end of the building, which is where the building is furthest from our property line to the east. The total distance from the proposed building to the east property line is 103 feet. This is in addition to the distance of the rear neighbors, where their west property line, which is approximately another 16 feet for the total building to building distance of approximately 119 feet. This is a greater distance than that neighbor is to any other home in their neighborhood. And as you can see from the sight lines shown from the second-story window of the adjacent neighbor, due to the new and existing trees, the building will be largely obscured from the neighbors. And we will work closely with village staff to ensure that mechanical systems on the roof would not be visible to the neighbors by providing a mechanical screen that will be the same siding finishes as the upper levels of the building. And this is a similar view to the last slide, but it has a gray box showing a hypothetical office transitional building, which is the current zoning. And as shown on the previous slide, the current OT zoning allows for a rear setback as little as 30 feet and a two-story building height up to 30 feet. The slide demonstrates that what's allowed under the current zoning would be significantly closer to the rear neighbors and almost as tall as our existing building, as our proposed building. We've received feedback at village meetings regarding the height of the building, and based on staff recommendation, we're fully vetting a two-story option. Our design team has developed a preliminary two-story concept here that we believe is feasible, although we still believe that a three-story option is the best option from a land use perspective. The building was extended to the north for a total of 235 feet in length. It is the same length as the three-story at 59 feet, and the building height is approximately 29 feet with an FAR of 24%. As with the three-story, the building and the parking lot are facing west toward Arlington Heights, and we've minimized the front setback to accommodate the reorientation and maximize the difference from the building to the rear neighbors. The south end of the building to the east property line is about 70 feet, and the north end of the building to the east property line is about 108 feet. And as you can see, we are also providing the full parking requirement of 51 stalls, 8 of which will be ADA parking. We are still working through the details of this design, but here is a rendering of the massing of the building from the northwest view facing Arlington Heights. And here is a view from the southeast, the rear of the building, showing the landscape buffer and the distance between the building and the east property line. And a view here from the east neighbor's yard, looking west, showing the building height and the back of the building, and the building is largely obscured by landscaping. We've heard a lot of comments also regarding affordable housing increasing crime rates. We pull data from various sources for municipalities that we have developments, and it shows the proportion of affordable housing does not negatively impact safety. And there are a number of studies that support that affordable housing reduces crime in communities. Before the property is constructed, we'll open up an interest list for persons interested in living at Grace Terrace. That interest list will be marketed locally, and we will work with local veteran organizations and organizations that work with people with disabilities to get referrals, and that includes the Village of Arlington Heights Health Department, the local VA, Volunteers of America, Heartland Alliance, and partners in community buildings. And we will also work closely with the Housing Task Force to get referrals. Because our tenants will receive housing vouchers, we will then pass the interest list to the Housing Authority of Cook County, who will use this interest list to develop a site-based list for the property and will verify qualifications such as disability and veteran status. A disability is required as part of tenancy at this property and will be verified as part of the tenant selection process. Veterans will have a preference at Grace Terrace, which means that they will be moved to the top of the wait list. Once the site-based list is developed, it is then given to our property management team, who goes through a rigorous screening process that includes criminal background checks, credit checks, and verification of income. Our screening process applies to all adults who reside in the unit, not just the head of the household. And regarding background checks, in 2020, Cook County implemented the Just Housing Ordinance that prohibits housing discrimination based on an individual's criminal history. And the amendment applies to all properties in Cook County, including affordable housing and market rate housing. The amendment only allows for a landlord to look back 3 years and defines the qualifying and disqualifying factors. There will be 3 staff members regularly on site. We will have a full-time property manager there during regular hours, a shared maintenance staff member that will be on site when needed, and an on-site service staff member that will be full-time and will determine their own hours based on the needs of the residents. And that could be, after regular business hours or on weekends. In regards to security, the management office will be strategically located to have sight lines at the entry, into the entry, vestibule, lobbies, elevators, and community room. Security cameras will be designed to provide comprehensive internal and external surveillance through CCTV, and it will be monitored by management staff and can be accessed remotely 24 hours a day. The building will also have key fob access and a 24-hour tenant hotline to reach management staff after hours in case of an emergency. Grace Terrace will have supportive services for all of the residents. Full Circle partners with service providers to deliver on-site services at all of our developments. And as mentioned, Full Circle invests 75% of developer fees and ongoing cash flow to provide services to residents. When a tenant moves into Grace Terrace, they not only meet with the property manager, but they also meet with the services team to determine what their needs and goals are. And services will either be provided by the service provider on site, or they'll be referred to other service providers. And at Grace Terrace, a case manager will work with residents to identify services, needs, and goals. For example, those could be asset building, case management, socialization, and community building, health and wellness. And we conduct annual resident feedback surveys to ensure that the services on site reflect the residents' needs and goals. Full Circle builds affordable housing for a variety of target demographics, and that includes families, seniors, persons with disabilities through PSH housing, LGBT affirming housing, and such. All of our buildings are different, and they all have varying goals based on the target demographic that they serve. And this slide shows properties in our portfolio that are PSH or PSH integrated housing, meaning that there are some PSH units, but not all PSH units in the building. And it has a breakdown of the percentages of persons with disabilities and veterans occupying those properties, along with the target goal for that building. And in all instances here, you can see that we have exceeded our project goals for all of them. And Grace Terrace will be 100% PSH housing, similar to Pearl Street Commons at the top of this list. We've also heard concerns regarding property values. It's been our experience that our developments do not negatively impact our neighbors' property values. And we've conducted data analysis surrounding existing affordable housing projects in Arlington Heights, as well as one of our own in McHenry, Illinois. Back in April, we pulled data on homes sold that occurred within a 1-mile radius of Harts Place, Linden Place, and Pearl Street for a 5-year period in order to get the appreciation rates of these property values and compared them to the appreciation rate of the Village of Arlington Heights. We received comments that the 1-mile radius was too wide and to narrow our search, so we pulled data for a 1/4 mile radius of those same properties and found that in both searches, the appreciation rate of the homes surrounding these properties outpaced the average in Arlington Heights. And based on this analysis, we don't think Grace Terrace will have a negative impact on home values of the surrounding properties. We believe that Grace Terrace creates long-term stability for persons with disabilities and veterans. This project aligns with the village's consolidated plan, priority number 1 for affordable housing, providing housing stability for veterans with persons with disabilities, and which is an identified vulnerable population, and also aligns with the strategic priorities. Number 6, continue to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts to create a sense of belonging in the community, as well as number 9, to seek, maintain, and expand attainable housing within the community, as well as sustainability goals for Arlington Heights. All units will have Energy Star appliances, and the building will be Enterprise Green Community certified. So in summary, the design changes include flipping the orientation of the building to now face Arlington Heights Road, flipping the parking lot to the west to reduce the noise from cars, reduce lighting, spillage, and the activity in the rear. And we're maximizing the distance to the east neighbors by providing a robust landscape buffer with mature trees and new landscaping that will obscure the sight lines between the building and the neighbors. And the 2-story option goes a step further by reducing the building height. And that is our presentation today. Thank you so much for allowing us to come back and present this to you today.
Okay. Ms. Reyes, before I turn it over to the staff, just one question for you. I had a question from a member of the neighborhood who wanted a clarification of who is a potential resident in your building, potential building, and some of your material is a little bit confusing because you say individuals with disabilities and veterans. What you mean is individuals with disabilities and disabled veterans, right? So a veteran without a disability is not eligible.
Everyone at Grace Terrace would need to have a disability to qualify for this
Okay, I
property.
just want to make sure that that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Those of you that were here in December remember the lengthy meeting that we had that evening, and as part of that presentation, there was a lot of information on historical requests for zoning on the properties and things of that nature. I don't plan to go over that again. Happy to answer any questions that there may be. So this will be a simplified presentation. I do just want to recap. In December last year, there was a motion that was approved by the board to approve the 3-story concept that had the parking behind and the back of the building kind of oriented towards Arlington Heights Road, and that was approved 6-3. However, because that request at the time came with a negative recommendation from the Plan Commission, required a supermajority vote for the variations. So the variations for that particular request would have needed 6 out of 8 votes, excluding the mayor, just on the variations. So as a result of that, a second motion was made to direct staff to explore whether a 2-story building was feasible, and to also explore with the developer, flipping the building, as they've mentioned, facing Arlington Heights Road and shifting the parking to the front. And that motion was passed 9-0. Before I talk about what's been done, I do want to talk about the current voting requirements. So now this request that comes before you is a 3-story building from the Plan Commission with the parking in the front, and the driveway and parking has been removed from the east side. The Plan Commission did vote 5-2 to deny that request. And then after the Plan Commission hearing, the village did receive a protest petition that was filed by some of the adjoining property owners. And there is a protest provision within the village code that says if adjoining property owners that are either adjoining or immediately across the street from a property that's seeking relief, and there's more than 20% of those owners sign that petition, then that requires a supermajority vote of the village board of trustees, and that includes the mayor. So moving forward, if there was a final vote, that would need 6 out of 9 votes from the Village Board of Trustees. But that would be for any final approval of any ordinances, which is not going to occur tonight. So, any vote tonight would either be to deny Full Circle's application, to continue it, or to direct staff to prepare any ordinances, or on the two-story concept that we'll talk about later, referring that to the Design Commission. All of those are procedural votes that would require just a simple majority. And then at some future date, if that's the desire of the board, then any ordinance that would be up for consideration for approval by the village board that would actually approve any project, that would require the supermajority vote of the Board of Trustees, 6 out of 9. So I know that sounds complicated, but I wanted to talk about that right away so that everybody's clear on that what the voting requirements are, and that there would be no final action tonight. It would just be a direction unless it was to deny, and then that could be final. So what's being requested is to rezone the property from offices only to institutional, to amend the comprehensive plan from offices only to institutional, and a plat of subdivision to consolidate all the lots into one lot, and then a plan unit development for the 25-unit permanent supportive housing. So the institutional district requires every development to be a plan unit development, and that's the reason for that request. Item 5 here says there may be some other revisions if that was the two-story concept. We have not fully vetted that, so we've not done a full review. We just have looked at a line drawing site plan, so there could be potentially other actions relative to that two-story concept. Just to orient everybody, the property is on South Arlington Heights Road, just north of the memory care facility on the east side of the road. It's been vacant for a number of years and has had a number of office developments approved over the years, none of which have been built. So since the December meeting, the petitioner did provide 5 alternative site plans that staff reviewed in December and January. And then one of those plans was a 2-story building concept that staff felt was feasible. At the time, Full Circle indicated it was not feasible from an economic point of view. And then in June, a 6th alternative was presented that eliminated the variations that were part of the December request. So previously there was a requested variation for less parking, not to have a loading zone, and then the second lot, there was a 2-lot subdivision at the time, did not meet the full lot width requirements. So those variations were removed, and then they went back to Plan Commission on July 24th. As I mentioned, the Plan Commission voted 5-2 to deny that request. And then after that Plan Commission meeting, Full Circle discussed with us and presented some preliminary concepts on a 2-story plan. We did provide some feedback on that, and they have incorporated some of our initial suggested site plan and footprint changes, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So the key issues are obviously rezoning from office to institutional. This use is an intermediate care facility as described in our zoning ordinance. It is only allowed in the I district, so it could not be built in any other districts. All developments in the I district, as I mentioned, require a plan unit development. There's been a lot of conversation about building height and a request for exploring the 2-story building, reorienting of the building, and then the number of parking stalls, and then last but not least, the appropriateness of the land use at this location. So the key changes on the 3-story plan include eliminating the lot that needed the variation previously, so it's 1 lot now. They eliminated the parking variation, and instead of providing less parking, which they demonstrated they didn't need all the parking from all their other facilities and also data from Hart's Place, and they're providing the 51 spaces. So they've eliminated that variation, the same with the loading variation, and then reoriented the building to the west and shifted the parking also in the front of the building on Arlington Heights Road. And there are some other changes as well, increasing landscaping and reducing lighting at the back of the building. These are the actions that have taken place up until December 4th. And since then, there have been a number of different actions that have been taken, including hosting at the village's request an additional neighborhood meeting, having the Plan Commission meeting on July 24th, and then now tonight. All of that information has been on the village's website. Anyone who's had an interest can sign up and to get e-notification of changes or upcoming meetings, and we've used that to get the word out to the public. On the left here, you'll see the exhibit showing the existing zoning, office transitional. To the south is the memory care that was rezoned probably about a dozen or so years ago to institutional for that memory care. And then on the east, everything north of the memory care is currently designated on the comprehensive plan as offices only, and this request, as I mentioned, is to change it to institutional. The next series of aerials just kind of show the December plan, the July plan, and then the two-story plan superimposed on an aerial so everybody can see this. So this is the December plan with the parking in the rear. This is the plan that went to Plan Commission with the parking in the front, and Staff Development Committee did have concerns and recommendations about the dead-end parking on the north of the building and some other changes that were suggested. And then this is the two-story footprint superimposed onto the aerial to illustrate that. We've also added the dimensions from the adjoining properties or property lines from the west. So this is the December plan. The building was set back 90 feet, and then the proximity of the building to the nearest residential to the east ranged from 95 feet to 123 feet. Obviously, the parking and driving aisle in that area came a lot closer to those homes. And then the plan that went to Plan Commission shifted the building east to accommodate the parking and drive aisle on the west. So you'll see the setback from the building on the west side is up to 109 feet. It shifted about 19, 20 feet. And the corresponding setbacks on the east also shrunk. So 75 feet to 103 feet are the setbacks from the three-story building to the adjacent lot line on the east. And then lastly, the latest plan, this you can see in a little more detail. Similar setback on the front from Arlington Heights Road, and because of the elongating of the building, the setback on the south corner goes down to about 67, 68 feet, and on the north to about 108 feet. The initial plans that they showed us for the one-story was just a flat linear building. We did ask them to stagger the facade either asymmetrically to match the site or symmetrically, which is what they've proposed here, to provide interest. We've not seen any floor plans or elevations or anything of that nature. And then we did ask them to shift the building to the south a little bit to allow for redesigning of that north parking area. As I'd mentioned, the Staff Development Committee had some concerns about the dead-end parking aisles that are illustrated in this exhibit, and did suggest as one of the conditions or suggestions of a recommendation on the three-story plan was not to build all the 51 spaces. They clearly demonstrated in the parking studies that it was not needed and would not be used. They are not asking for that. That would trigger variation that would then trigger that supermajority vote that I discussed of 6 out of 8 for the variation. We have suggested this is a concept prepared by staff on the three-story plan to eliminate the dead-end parking to allow circulation around that parking lot on the north, and that would be the recommendation if the board chose the three-story concept. I'll skip over this, but I've included this. If there are questions, we can go back to this. These are the affordable developments that have either been developed, required by the village, or through public housing developments or public investment. They are not private developments that may have affordable units in them. Also in December, we did have these slides that were also added on our website, and then added again in May on the village's responses to neighbor questions. These are police calls for service. In full transparency, I wanted to just kind of walk through these again. This was data that was obtained last year by our police department, outreaching to other police departments where these facilities are. And you can see Pearl Street Commons in McHenry and then Hart's Place in Arlington Heights. The calls for service in 2021, 22, and 23 And underneath the bar charts on the right-hand side is a quick analysis on the average calls for service per unit per year. So Pearl Street, for example, is 2.1 calls per unit per year. Hart's Place was 1.81 rather calls for service per year. And these were data obtained by the police department, and any data that was an incomplete year, they projected out for a year. So if you do the math, it doesn't add up exactly. So same with the 15th Street apartments in Dubuque and Myers Place in Mount Prospect. Again, just looking at the calls for service, because all of these developments are slightly different number of units. So 1.46 and 1.69 calls for service per year. And then lastly, there's a development in Elgin and also Philhaven in Wheeling. Philhaven in Wheeling has the highest calls for service, but all of the others were either 2 or less calls for service per unit. And then more recently, earlier this year, the police department delved into more data on just the developments in Arlington Heights. So every police department gathers data differently, and they analyze calls for service differently. So this particular one is Crescent Place. And then speaking with the police department earlier today, they've said Crescent Place, since it's been operating, they've not had any issues of significance, and the calls for service are not troubling to them. Also, Hart's Place, we have a little more data on Hart's Place. It's been operating more. They also split out the Arlington Heights Police Department calls for service versus the ambulance calls for service. So those are the two bar charts on the bottom. And then breaking it down by the types of calls that the police department has had. So just to wrap up, there are probably 3 or more options that the village board could consider. We've just identified 3 here. The first would be to concur with the recommendation of the Plan Commission and deny the application. The second would be to approve the 3-story development as proposed by the petitioner with the full parking and no variations, subject to the conditions as recommended by the Staff Development Committee. And there are some modified conditions that are on your dais, and I can go through those at the appropriate time. And then the third would be to direct the petitioner to develop detailed plans for the 2-story concept, return to the Design Commission, have those plans reviewed by all departments and staff, and then subsequently return to the village board for final review. And that would also be subject to potential conditions as recommended by the Staff Development Committee. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, and if I skipped over anything, I apologize.
All right, thanks, Mr. Perkins. With that, then we'll go to the board for initial questions or comments. Trustee Schwingbeck.
Thank you, Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions for the petitioner. So certainly appreciate your presentation. I was under the understanding that all your financing is in place.
That is correct. Joshua Wilmoth on behalf of the petitioner.
So whether it's a 3-story or a 2-story, you've got 24 months on there. Is that, I mean, do you need 24 months to get shovels in the ground?
I'm not sure when you say that I've got 24 months on
Well,
that.
you said here the petitioner shall have 24 months from village board adoption of an ordinance granting PUD approval to commence construction.
Is that boilerplate?
Is that, am I reading that
so-
correctly, Charles?
Yes, Trustee Schwinbeck, that's a village requirement in our PUD ordinance that requires commencement within 24 months.
We give them 24 months, but we would never lower that to 12 or?
That's at the discretion of the board. That is in our code for 24 months.
So that's just typical.
Yes.
Okay. Also, when you guys came to us before, and I'm glad the mayor asked the question about the veterans, but I had asked some questions at the last time you guys came about making this a priority for Arlington Heights residents, which I think you said at the time you couldn't really do that, if I understood that correctly, that that wasn't possible. And I didn't think, and you made the comment tonight, that veterans would be put to the top of the list. but I thought I had asked that question before where you couldn't really go putting either veterans, because the veterans would have disabilities, but that you couldn't put the veterans at the top of the list. Has that changed, or?
No. So the first portion of your question, under fair housing law, we are not allowed to have a location preference or a residency preference. That said, our marketing would be focused on Arlington Heights community groups, and so on. And as to the second, no, veterans are an allowed preference on our tenant selection criteria. And so they would be, because disability is now a requirement, and I say now not because that has changed, but because I don't think I was aware of that at the time of the initial meeting. You must have a disability in order to qualify, and as a result, that wouldn't be a preference, that's a requirement, and so the first preference would be veterans. I think prior I might have said that persons with a disability would be the first preference, and then veterans would be the second preference, but persons with a disability are not a preference anymore, it's a requirement, so.
So we could fill this place up once it's ready with all veterans if they had applied.
If veterans with a disability were those who applied and income qualified and met all the other background checks, then absolutely.
Okay. And I'm glad to see, because I know I had talked to you guys quite a while ago, maybe 3-4 months ago on the phone, and a 2-story facility was off the table. So I'm glad that you brought that up tonight. Listening to the residents, looking at the property around there, it's certainly, I think, a 2-story concept, if it moves forward, is in my opinion a lot more palatable than a 3-story.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And to that end, there were several, and this may be in the minutes from Plan Commission, there were several limiting factors originally where we were trying to maintain a direct line along Emerson and things of that nature that meant that the building just had to move south from a 3-story to a 2-story and elongate that way. Once those constraints became apparently more flexible and we had the ability to move the building more towards the north, that allowed us to re-examine a 2-story option that would still fall within the realm of feasibility.
Okay. Yeah, and I think in our last meeting, that was a concern by some folks, was that 3-story concept, so I'm glad you came down. I certainly, Mayor, would like to hear what our residents have to say. I know we've heard them before, and quite possibly are going to hear some new things, so I certainly would love to hear, but I'd like to put a motion on the floor if it is not too early.
Sure.
So I would like to put a motion on the floor to approve the 2-story full parking, no variations. Move staff to direct with staff and village attorney to prepare final documents approving the requested relief for consideration at a future board meeting for PC number 23-007, approval to consolidate the subject property into one lot, amend the comprehensive plan to reclassify the subject property from office only to institutional, rezoning the subject property from OT, office transitional district, to the I institutional district, and plan use development approval to allow a 25-unit permanent supportive housing facility on the subject property, subject to all the other conditions that we have for zoning and parking and site and landscaping.
Second.
There's a motion by trustee Schwingbeck, second by trustee Baldino. Further questions or comments from the board before we go to the audience? Trustee Shirley.
So I have a couple questions, but first I'll make a substitute motion that we move to concur with the Plan Commission recommendation and denial of a preliminary plat of subdivision to consolidate the subject property into one lot.
Let me just ask Mr. Passman, we need to vote on the first motion.
Yeah, I
before
think
we take
that's
it.
right. There is now a motion on the floor. It's been moved and
You can
seconded.
amend it.
So there could be a couple of things. When the time is right, there'll be a vote on the motion pending, although I know that, Mayor, you're going to solicit comments from the public before you take that vote. the options for any other motion right now would be a motion to amend the main motion. There are other procedural motions that are viable under Robert's rules, but a substantive motion at this time otherwise would not be in order.
Right.
Okay. I thought that was a substitute motion can be made, and that then has to be voted on first if it receives a second before the original motion is considered. That's not the case.
That's incorrect. No, sorry, Trustee
Okay, well,
Shirley.
then I'll make an amended motion.
Okay. So is your motion to amend the main motion?
Correct.
That you can do.
Okay, and I make that motion.
So if I understand,
What is the motion?
To concur with the Plan Commission recommendation and denial of a preliminary plat
that-
of subdivision to
But
consolidate.
that's not amending the motion on the floor. That's a new motion, right? Mr. Bassman?
Mayor, you are the presiding officer. That is, I mean, it's obviously very substantively different. So it's.
Yeah, I don't consider that an amendment to the main motion.
That's your prerogative as chairman, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Are other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I
Trustee
have,
LaBedz.
I'm not done yet.
Okay,
Thank
Trustee
you
Shirley.
very much. First of all, just if Randy or Charles can tell me, what is this housing task force that everyone talks about? I don't understand where they came from. Do they have governmental authority?
No,
Were they voted on by anybody in Arlington Heights to,
no,
okay. So they're just self-appointed.
correct. It's just a community group.
Okay, okay, because I don't know, sometimes they come across, in my opinion, like they have some authority granted to them, and they may mean well, I get it, but I just trying to figure out where they come from. So they just invented themselves. That's great. So I want to reiterate what was said before, that Arlington Heights residents are not permitted preference in these facilities. And I think that's critical to this, because these have been promoted as if they're going to help Arlington Heights residents. And the fact is that that's very, it's not really likely that that's going to happen if there's other people that are on the list ahead of Arlington Heights residents. I also want to just touch base on a couple things that were discussed at previous meetings. And the first one was Hart's Place. And people have come out and said that Hart's Place is this shining example of a permanent supportive housing. And I understand that it's not a full circle complex, but at the time, back in December, there was one mention made of an incident at Hart's Place. And I don't know if people know, but that incident was a shooting. And there's actually a video of this shooting. And so a resident that lived at Hart's Place made some kind of deal in the parking lot at night when there was no management there. And then apparently something went bad because a person fired a shot into the air, and then 3 shots at the exiting vehicle towards the right-of-way. And so that's not nothing. And if Grace Terrace is put here and something similar happens, those bullets are going into Arlington Heights Road, and they're going into the residential area across the street. So we can talk about criminal activity and all those things and number of calls and everything, but the fact of the matter is, right here in our own town, there was a shooting at this place. And I understand that person was legally on that rental agreement. And I just think people need to understand that. I don't know if everyone knows that that's what the incident was.
Mayor
but
Hayes, does this have to do with the motion on the floor?
Well, yeah, it's subject to the discussion, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that the motion limits what we can talk
No,
about.
it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay.
Go ahead,
All
Trustee
right.
Shirley.
Yeah, because I thought we were just asking questions of the petitioner and whatnot at this time. So, I'm sorry if it's off target, but I didn't think so. So I just want people to understand that and then also the Plan Commission, I just want to commend the Plan Commission for really doing an excellent job of taking this thing apart and getting into a discussion about Full Circle as a developer and about this development. I think that a lot of people have been demonizing people who are against this development. And I think that's wrong. And it's not the residents who did it. It's the people that are for this development. And the residents that are against it, they're just against it at this location. That's all it is. They're against the land use at this location. They're not against affordable housing. They're not against the disabled. They're just saying that this is not the right location. And it can happen anywhere else in Arlington Heights. There's all kinds of properties available. So I just think that, this thing has gotten off track because it's a zoning issue. That's all it is. And so I'll have more to say going forward, but that's it for now. And so I guess I'll have to figure out how to craft an amended motion, since nobody seems to want to help me to do that, knowing what my intentions are, fully knowing what my intentions are. So I'll go back to the drawing board here and see what I can figure out. Thank you.
All right, trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I would like to talk about the zoning, and this question is really for Mr. Perkins. And a few months ago, I requested from Manager Recklouse, and he did provide the information from when Autumn Leaves was approved, which is the memory care site just south of this property, which I understand has changed hands a few times. It's not called that anymore, but for the sake of conversation, I'll still call it that. I read through the material, the Plan Commission, the staff report, the Plan Commission hearing, and the Village Board hearing, and there wasn't any real concern about changing the zoning from office transitional to institutional at that time. And so, Mr. Perkins, I don't know how much this was back in November of 2013 when it was voted on. But that didn't seem to be a concern at that particular time. Do you recall much about it?
No, that is correct. That also was a site where we had a number of past office developments that had kind of come forward and not move forward, if you get my get my wording on that. So it had sat there vacant for a long time. I think everybody remembers the site. It kind of held water quite a bit. It was fairly low, and the developer came forward and requested rezoning of the property for institutional to allow the memory care facility to go there. It's a single-story building. They made some improvements to Council Trail Road as well at the same time, and so there were no issues with that rezoning. That's correct.
Okay, that's how I recall it, being on the board at the time. And so I know there were some concerns from nearby residents about some flooding issues and things like that, but they didn't have to do with changing the zoning.
That's correct. Most of the conversation was, stormwater detention, because that was really low spots and, heavy rains. It was like a lake, and there were significant storm sewer improvements along Council Trail, as well as the detention, stormwater detention to the north of the facility that accommodates their drainage. So that was all handled through engineering.
Okay, thank you. There's been a lot of discussion about other locations, that it should be at other locations. But my question is, a project like this would have to be zoned institutional. Is that correct? That it would have to be on property that's zoned institutional. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct. In Hart's Place, they petitioned and requested to rezone to institutional to allow their use. So it either would have to be zoned institutional now or a request to zone institutional.
So is it normal to see through in various parts in the village institutional zoning that isn't already occupied by some sort of maybe maybe the hospital is institutional zoning. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but things like that. I guess the point I'm trying to ask is, should this be, or not just this, but any similar project there would still be a zoning issue. It's not like that we have institutional zoning here, there, and everywhere, and you can move something to that location.
Correct. Institutional zoning is pretty specific to whatever requests the village may have had over the years, and most of the hospital is zoned institutional. There are some pieces on the south side of Central that are offices only, and if they wish to do anything differently, and I know they've demolished some of those structures, they would have to petition to rezone those as institutional. Places like Lutheran Village, Luther Home, The moorings, those are zoned institutional. So there are occasions on those properties where they've amended their plan unit development to add additional units, but they haven't had to request a rezoning because the property is already rezoned.
And they already own those properties.
Correct, correct.
So, okay, so that was something I wanted to have clarified, and I think that I'll save any further comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor. I have one comment and two really quick questions for now. The comment is I have to apologize to everyone. This is the first time I've ever attended a village board meeting without a suit and tie. And it's because I drove 4 hours to be here tonight. My family and I are on vacation up in Wisconsin, but I felt it was important to be here. And I raced to get here by 7, thinking that we were starting early, and I probably could have gone home and changed into a suit and tie. So comment number one. My question, the petitioner, would you please come up again? Could you go through in a little more specifics how a potential tenant is vetted, or maybe that's a step too far forward. How are the tenants chosen? You guys have these goals, whether it's trying to find Arlington Heights residents or veterans, all of whom will have to have a disability of some sort. That part I think is really clear now. Let's say you've got a list of 100 different people now and you only have 24, 25 units. What happens next? Do you hand that list over to Cook County, or what happens?
So, just to sort of start from
from beginning to end.
From beginning to end. So, in very short order, I would say within the next month or two, there will be an interest list available on our website for anyone who wants more information about Grace Terrace and when applications will be made available. You're looking at our advertising and our marketing. It's this, and then it's the construction sign that people see as they drive by. It's reaching out to community groups in the neighborhood, in the village, et cetera, to let them know that if they have clients to refer and so on and so forth. So from that interest list, then
I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize
Nope.
now. I'm going to interrupt you a couple times here
Okay.
as you go, so please forgive me. You only have, is it 25 or 24 units?
25 units.
25 units. I mean, that's going to, you're going to have a list of a couple hundred, I would imagine, pretty quickly, right? There's a big demand for these kinds of things. I know that from other projects that we've reviewed in the past.
That's correct.
So once you have, so take it from there.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So we have this list of several hundred names who are on our interest list. We have an email address for them. We will email them and notify them that our application portal, which will be done online, our application materials and application portal will be opening up on X date at X time. People will log into the portal. They will submit an application, a preliminary application, which tries to just generally identify social security number of all adults who are going to, or everyone who's going to be living in the property, immigration status, all of the basic verification and qualification things that they can provide us so that we can get a sense of who would be applying to live in this unit. And then from there, we would notify them in the order, or they would also identify if they had any preferences, in this case, veterans preference. And so,
Only extra preference that's really going to take any kind of a higher priority is just veterans?
So in fairness, the tenant selection plan is not finalized for this property right now, but there's only a couple of preferences that would also be allowed. One is for somebody who has been relocated due to a natural disaster or other federally declared emergency, but we get to prioritize where these preferences go. And so we will have obviously a requirement for persons with disabilities, and then our first preference will be veterans. All units are rentally assisted, so there's no need for deeper subsidies. So I think that's, yes, pretty much veterans is the only real preference that we're talking about here. So we've got this list of people who have self-identified as being persons with disabilities, those who have self-identified as being a veteran. We will then take that information, we will provide it to the Housing Authority of Cook County and say, these are the people who have preliminarily applied. They will then use that to create a site-based interest list using those applicants on that we've sent them.
What does that mean, site-based interest?
So the Housing Authority also maintains a list of folks who are interested in applying for Section 8 housing throughout the village, throughout Cook County. But in this instance, they are creating a list specific to our site. And again, the way to get onto that list is by applying initially through us. We then refer to the Housing Authority of Cook County.
So it's not two separate lists?
Correct.
So this list of, let's pretend for the moment it's 200 people. Are those 200 people that came through your website and self-declared that they are either a disabled vet or just a disabled individual, not vet?
Correct.
And they might be part of this Cook County program as well, or no?
They may be, they may not be, but we give those names to the Housing Authority of Cook County. The Housing Authority of Cook County will then reach out to those applicants based upon the order in which they are on that list. So again, somebody who has applied with a disability, has identified that they are a veteran or have veteran status. They might be the second applicant, but the first applicant with veteran status. You're with me so far? So they would be first reached out to by the Housing Authority of Cook County. The Housing Authority of Cook County would verify the information that they included in their application, including their veteran status, including their status as a person with disability. And then once the Housing Authority confirmed that they meet all of the eligibility, then they would refer them back to us to say, okay, they meet the eligibility requirements. You may now verify them for income, assets, criminal records, et cetera, et cetera. We do that verification. When both parties have agreed that they meet all of the requirements and they meet the screening requirements, then they would be offered housing.
So to that point, where
Yes.
you're at right now in the process, Cook County has given you back the list, and they did some sort of an ordering in there, and then you're going to go and you're going to do all of your legwork after that.
Right. So our system, our property management software does the prioritizing in terms of preferences. We send that to Cook County. They verify if people meet those preferences. And then once that verification is complete, then they would send it back to us and say, okay, they said they were a veteran. We have verified that status. They have a disability. You may now process them for a full application and for a unit.
Okay. So in that, we're using this hypothetical 200 number again.
Yes.
Before you send it to Cook County,
Mm-hmm.
if there's 40 veterans in there that self-proclaim that they are disabled,
Mm-hmm.
are those the first 40 on the list?
Mm-hmm.
They are. But the one piece that we can't do that everybody wishes we could do is we can't talk about putting them in any order based on the fact that they might be residents in Arlington Heights.
Correct.
So that's the one piece.
Correct. The best we can do there is target our marketing. And again, as we've shown previously to village and to staff, more than 80% of the residents at our properties come from within a 5-mile radius of that property because we don't advertise broadly.
And is there a cap? I mean, are you going to close the portal at some point when you reach 100 or 200 like we've magically pulled out of thin air here, or what happens? When you organize that list and send it off to Cook County, at what point do you do that?
We will generally close the waiting list once we have all of the units filled. So if we have 200 applicants and 23 of the 25 units are filled, it will still be open most likely. By the time that 25th lease is signed, that's the point at which we would look to close the waiting list until such time as it dropped down to a number where we needed to refill it again.
So, all right, then I missed something. And I apologize for being so long on this, but I think this is critical for a lot of us here in the room. When you send that first list, when do you send the first list to Cook County? At what point do you decide to do that?
Well, so we'll send it iteratively. We'll send the first 50 names to Cook County, and they'll do the verification of that. And then if within that first 50, the top 30 wind up qualifying and ultimately electing to take a unit in the property, then that's the point at which we would have 25 leases signed and would suspend leasing activities or accepting applications in the portal. It normally takes about 5 to 10 applicants for every unit that we want to fill due to screening criteria, self-selection, misunderstanding of preferences, and so on and so forth.
And I'm again,
So
you could manipulate this, if I'm not mistaken. You could manipulate this to not send your list, or maybe I'm missing something here. But let's say you only had 1 or 2 veterans that heard about this, or that were disabled, that could self-proclaim and qualify on that list. But you decided to wait and hit that market a little harder through all the avenues that you can, and try to get 40 veterans on that list up at the very top before you send it off to Cook County. Is that a fair, reasonable, honorable manipulation, or no? Could you do that?
I may not fully understand the question. So our affirmative fair housing marketing plan, which has to be signed off by the county, the state, and many other parties to the deal and partners in the deal, outlines how we are to advertise and when we are to advertise. Our advertisement includes reaching out to community organizations that serve our target population, in this case, persons with disabilities and veterans, and the frequency with which we have to do outreach to them, and so on. And so all of that is by way of saying we would come into the leasing process with a list of local organizations that serve veterans, that serve persons with disabilities, and say, this is our marketing materials, this is when units are going to start pre-leasing, please refer clients.
I didn't get my point across. Well,
Okay.
I guess what I'm getting at is, at some point you hand a list over to Cook County. And
Yes.
it might have 50 people on it, it might have 200 people on it.
Mhm.
It might have 3 disabled vets on it, it might have 40 disabled vets.
Mhm.
When do you make that decision to send it to Cook County? Is that up to you as a developer independently as to when you surrender that list, or when you submit that list to Cook County?
Well, again, it will be going through to the county, to the housing authority at multiple stages, at interim stages. When we get the first batch of applications in, and it may not even come in batches, because up until about a year ago, we were only accepting applications by mail, so it had to be delivered in the mail. Now it's all being able to be done online, so it could be that we'll get, several hundred applications, all dated within, or timed within 10 minutes of each other. Our system will prioritize those who have indicated a preference, and at that point, we will also be sharing that information with the Housing Authority of Cook County, who will start verifying the veterans' preference piece. If we then get another batch of applications in, the next day, then that would also then feed back to the Housing Authority of Cook County.
And I'll end with this. So it's not simultaneous. Like when your application is done online and it goes to you guys at your main headquarters, it doesn't automatically go to Cook County at the same time, right?
Correct.
It goes to you first.
Correct.
So I guess what I'm getting at, you could, if you chose to, hold that list until you had enough veterans on your radar that you felt were appropriately, disabled and so on. They fit the criteria for you before you gave a list to Cook County to do their screen, right? I mean,
I suppose theoretically that would be possible.
Yeah. And I'm going to remind you that, Charles, when did they come before us for preliminary review? When was that?
It was in probably spring of 2023, somewhere around there.
Okay, so when you first came before us and we had this dialogue about what the project might be, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we were all very supportive of the idea of let's do a project for veterans. You guys were confident you could do that. And then something changed a little bit later on that might not be as bulletproof to be just for veterans. And I think my whole dialogue here was, how do we get back to that? Is that possible at all? And
Yeah, I would say that I'm not familiar with that preliminary meeting. The first meeting I was at was in December, I believe, of last year, where you asked very thoughtful and robust questions. And I would say that my understanding, and I would say our organization's understanding of this development has all along been to serve veterans and persons with disabilities, similar to what we're doing at Pearl Street Commons. Responding to the need that is exhibited by Hart's Place, responding to the need that the task force has identified, that the village has identified, that our market study has identified. So what we have found is that some veterans like to live in independent settings where they are not completely surrounded by other veterans. We have found other veterans that like to live in community with their brothers and their sisters from the armed services. And that the net result is that we see our housing as a piece of the continuum serving veterans and persons with disabilities.
Okay, I've taken way more time than I expected. I apologize, but thank you for all of your comments.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to agree with the comments of, in the direction of Trustee Tinaglia, because at that first early review, I really focused on the fact that this would give a preference to veterans. And so you need to find a way to do that realistically. Whether it's hold back half, 50% of the first 50 that you submit until you get half of those are veterans, some way to give preference to veterans, because if you submit 50 names and none of them are veterans, you're not accomplishing your stated purpose. And one of the purposes that I was really in support of.
And I hear that, and I appreciate that's why we provide this slide showing what our target set-asides are, our target goals for our properties, and how we've always been able to meet or exceed those goals.
Okay. Other members of the board, Trustee Bertucci.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is going to go to Randy and staff. So, Randy, you and I talked, and you said that you would bring to this meeting pictures of the properties, 2 properties north and 2 properties south of this building.
Yeah, I think we had that in the aerial display, if I'm not mistaken.
No, not that, because it was the front facing and you sent them to me. And I said, those pictures, it was showing the actual buildings of the 2 buildings to the north and 2 buildings to the south.
I apologize if we don't have that on there. That's something I think we've provided to the board in the past. And I think that is there, but I don't know if we have the ability to throw that up on the screen at this time.
Okay, well, it would have helped to have given me the ability to speak to the audience too. Okay, so describe to me the first property to the north.
So the immediate property to the north is a 5-acre parcel. It's this parcel here. It's vacant. It's been vacant.
The first the building. I'm sorry, Charles. The first building.
So north of the subject site.
Correct.
Yeah. So you get past the vacant site is the Northwest Gastroenterology building. Used to be La Gondola restaurant many years ago.
Correct. How many floors is that building?
That's a 1-story building.
1 story. And what about the property just north of that property?
So north of that, at the northeast corner in Noyes and Arlington Heights Road, used to be a gas station. That's a 1-story doctor's office building.
Okay. So the building, the first 2 buildings to the north are 1 story.
Yes. The only buildings that are built to the north are single stories.
Okay. Now let's go south. The building just south is the memory care.
Yeah, the 1-story memory care.
Okay. And how many stories is the memory care?
1 story.
Right. 1 story. So the two properties, two buildings to the north are one story. The first building to the south is a one story. Now let's go all the way to the second building to the south. After the memory care, how many stories is that?
That's a two-story, small, kind of dark brown brick building. It's been there a long time.
Okay, just wanted to get clarification, because I'm trying to focus more in on the zoning aspect of this and what fits, again, as I think trustee Tinaglia and many others have stated, I think we're all for helping both anybody with need for affordable housing, disabled, veterans, and others. But is there a fit? I think that's an important aspect, not only of looking at what fits there on Arlington Heights Road with its building neighbors to the north and south, but then obviously to the residents, take into consideration to the residents what would be to the east there. I have certainly my voting record has been in the past always shown that I have preference for the residents and what their take is on what we're putting in there, for lack of a better word, so-called backyard. And I have some real concerns if there was a proposal for a three-story, although there's a two-story. But what assurances do we have that if this proposal, if we vote two-story, what assurances would we have? This is just telling it to proceed. Is that correct, to the point that they would come back? Because I'm not comfortable even voting for a two-story if I don't know what it's going to look like. All they said is, yeah, well, we have a concept for a two-story, but what, okay? And they showed us a bill. People complained that the Bears showed us an oval for the stadium. Basically they're just saying that there's going to be this building. Okay, what's it going to look like? Setbacks, so on and so forth.
So
Sorry.
I was going to say that the final vote will require a planned unit development, which will require a detailed definition of how tall that building's going to be, what it looks like, all of that. And so again, as you mentioned, tonight, the vote is only procedural, so the board can decide if there's not support for the project to move forward, it can be stopped. If there is support for it to move forward, it's not final approval, it's just to direct staff to work with the design commissioner, the design commission, the petitioner to refine their plans, and the idea would be it would come back to the board, and at that time, you would be reviewing a complete plan that you could approve or deny, and that would require the support of 6 of 9 of the village board.
Okay, and then my last question is the plan commission denial. Was the denial for just three-story, or was there any discussion about a two-story?
That was based on the original proposal, but again, the plan commission was voting on the zoning aspect of this.
Whether it was a two-story or a three-story?
Yeah, it was whether they voted to deny, to recommend to the village board to deny the rezoning request.
Okay, to deny the rezoning request, which would mean whether it's a two-story or a three-story?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. If they're saying the plan commission is recommending not to rezone the property from OT to institutional, period.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong vote from the plan commission, 5-2, and in my opinion, and there's some, those plan commissioners are pretty well-respected people in the community, so, okay. I'm just taking all this in consideration. Thank you.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. I think, Mr. Recklaus, in terms of your interpretation of the Plan Commission, what they did, I believe there was much discussion about three-story versus two-story. And it seems to me, at least the way I interpret it, that they specifically denied a three-story building.
The proposal that they were looking at was related to a three-story proposal, yes. But in terms of the recommendation, they were recommending not to rezone the property.
Right,
but
based
the-
on that three-story
based on the
proposal that
three-story.
was in front of them that evening.
That was the proposal that was before them, but the issue before them was the rezoning itself. But yes, they did not see a two-story proposal. That was not what they were discussing.
Right, it was very clear, there was much discussion about the fact that they did not have a two-story proposal, that only a three-story proposal was before them, and that's what they were voting on. That's the way I interpret it. Trustee
Can I
Canal.
follow up on that?
Yeah.
So here's a really important question that I think we need to know. If the direction from this group tonight is to have this team look at a two-story, you've made it clear that, Charles has made it clear that they'll be back to the design commission for that part. Is it your interpretation, Randy, that they'll go back to the plan commission on a two-story routine as well? Or are they skipping the plan commission?
Our interpretation is they would not have to go back to the plan commission because the plan commission has already weighed in on the rezoning. Now, if Mr. Perkins wants to expound on that, but that was our interpretation.
Yeah, I think,
And still from the, to your point, Jim, and I feel like I still had the floor here a little bit, but to the point of the mayor and that type of thing, Randy, you're more correct in the fact that if it's not going back to the plan commission, then the plan commission is saying what they've said for two-story or three-story. If not, if we're understanding that the plan commission only had their say on three-story, it needs to go back to the plan commission.
That's what I want to make clear.
Yeah.
Because I think a handful of us here are having different perspectives on this. So,
Yeah.
and I see a lot of people's heads shaking out there. So can we get some clarity on that?
So yeah, my review of the minutes, and I think both the mayor and the manager are correct. So I'm trying to be politically correct as well. But so there were questions asked early on in the plan commission hearing of the petitioner. Can you do a two-story? Petitioner said they could not. It would cost them $1 million. It was economically not feasible. Then later on, at the end, during deliberation, there was a lot of discussion about a three-story versus a two-story, and there were some plan commission members that said it didn't matter whether it was two-story or three-story. The issue was the land use, and whether it was two-story or three-story. If they didn't support the zoning of the property, then it didn't matter to them. And then ultimately, they made the motion to deny the rezoning request, that was before them.
All right. Mayor, are we all clear on this? I mean, I'm struggling with this, as many of us are, and I think this is a critical piece of the puzzle here. Like, why are we looking at a two-story? I mean, we've talked about this for months and months and months and months, and the two-story was always off the table, and it sounds like it was off the table even at the plan commission, or at least not until the very, very end of that. Are we in agreement with those?
It was off the story because the petitioner said it wasn't financially
Right,
feasible.
right.
And then during the plan commission, they changed their mind a little bit on that.
Yeah.
And as they've indicated here this evening, they've said that a two-story plan is now feasible, and they've even submitted a potential proposal for it.
Right, that's what we're seeing.
Right.
If I could, Mayor, the reason it had to go back to the Plan Commission a second time had to do with the notice requirements where when they eliminated their variations for parking, their development became larger from a land area perspective, and so it extended out the legally required notice area. And so there were more people within the notice area due to the elimination of the parking variation. And so that necessitated a revisitation of this by the Plan Commission. But we reviewed this with the village attorney, and because the Plan Commission gave their recommendation on the rezoning, from our perspective, they've weighed in on this. And at this point, the board has the ability to look at variations, to this plan, including three stories or two stories. And I would agree with you that the conversation was based on three stories, but as Mr. Perkins indicated, there were comments from some of the commissioners indicating that it didn't matter to them if it was two stories or three stories.
Well, I guess the issue is how much weight are we going to give to the Plan Commission recommendation?
And that's always up to the village board. The plan commission, as you know, is a recommending body, and ultimately the village board makes a determination. And, that's something that I'm sure varies based on individual trustees, how much weight they want to give to the plan commission on any given topic. But the village board is the final decision-making authority.
Right. Okay. Mr. Passman, anything to add?
Not this time, Mayor. I concur with the manager's comments. I think the overall sum of this is an accurate reflection of what happened at the Plan Commission.
Okay. Trustee Dunnington.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Full Circle for your presentation tonight. I want to share that I am in support of changing the zoning from office to institutional for this property for a couple of reasons. The property is currently zoned for office space. However, we know that there isn't a market for new office space. According to Bloomberg News on June 27, 2024, nearly 1/4 of all U.S. office space will be vacant by 2026 as working from home persists. On the other hand, there's a huge need for housing, especially affordable housing. According to the National Low Housing Income Coalition, the U.S. has a shortage of 7.3 million rental homes affordable and available to renters with extreme low incomes. That is incomes at or below either the federal poverty guideline or 30% of their area median income, whichever is greater. And do we need more affordable housing in Arlington Heights? I wanted to highlight the chart that's on the village website. It shows, it's under the section that says Village Response to Neighbor Questions on May 17th, 2024. It shows that in late 2023, the state of Illinois calculated the percentage of affordable housing in Arlington Heights and the surrounding communities. And it shows Arlington Heights, the percentage is 19.8. Buffalo Grove is 14.2. Elk Grove Village is 30.8. Mount Prospect is 24.4. Palatine is 31.2. Rolling Meadows is 38.1. And Schaumburg is 34.6. So you can see that we're falling below all of our neighboring communities except for Buffalo Grove. And why this location? I think it makes sense in this location for a couple of reasons. It's excellent for the location of the residents because they can walk to the grocery stores, pharmacy, shopping, restaurants, and the Pace bus. I feel like this is a small project on a major artery that probably carries 30,000 cars per day. It's not in a quiet residential neighborhood. It's next to a neighborhood. It's going to have extensive landscaping and fencing between the property and the neighborhood behind it. So we know there isn't a market for office, but there's a great need for affordable housing, and this is a good location for it. It's also not unusual for the village board to make zoning changes. Since 2021, the village board changed zoning for 9 properties. Just this year, in April of 2024, we changed the zoning for the Arlington Heights Gateway Project and the 1821 North Verde subdivision. And then just at the August 5th meeting, we changed the zoning for the Recreation Park redevelopment. While zoning is important, a lot of cities across the country are re-examining their zoning laws because they have found that zoning rules have been a big factor in the reason for the country's housing shortage. So I think that we should make this zoning change. I think it's appropriate in this case. I also support the 3-story option over the 2-story option. There's a couple of reasons for that. Mr. Perkins, could you show on the map the comprehensive plan? So on the plan, if you look at where this proposal is, and then in the area, there's a property across the street, and on our map it says private and it's brown. It's the Park Place property. It's across the street and east. And that is 5 buildings. It's at 1710 to 1750 Arlington Heights Road. That property is, there's 5 buildings, and those are 3-story buildings. And those 2 buildings back right up to Surrey Ridge, those homes on Surrey Ridge. Right now, there's just a chain link fence between those buildings and those homes, and they overlook the homes. It's much closer than the homes, than this new property. So I think it makes sense because it's similar to that Park Place property. And then if you look at the new the new development that is going to be at where International Plaza was, which is at Gulf and Arlington Heights Road, that is going to be 4-story buildings. And so, that property is going to back up to the homes that are on Council Trail Drive. So with that new development, I think this property is going to make a lot of sense. I think the 3-story plan is better for the environment, and I think it's not necessary to ask the applicant to spend more money for a 2-story plan. I think it's putting an undue burden on them to ask them to do the 2-story plan and just delaying the project further. Finally, I would just add that in meeting with residents and reading the hundreds of emails that we've received, I haven't heard them asking for a 2-story plan. I've just heard that they don't want the property for other reasons, but not because they don't want 3 stories. It's for other reasons. So I don't think the 2-story plan is a good idea. I would prefer the 3-story plan. I would support this 2-story plan if we decide to go with that, but I think that the 3-story plan is the better project.
Okay. Let me go with Trustee Baldino first.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to reserve any comments that I have to make until after we hear from the residents, but I do have a question for the petitioner. Reading through the minutes of the Plan Commission, we've already talked about how you initially said that that was not feasible, and so you were not coming before us with a 2-story plan. Now we have one, and I seconded the motion to approve it. My question is, do you have the financing? Have you got the extra money? Okay. My concern is if we say go forward with this and then you don't get the money and it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's certainly our concern as well. So candidly, when we were initially looking at a 2-story option, because we were trying to preserve the north end of the site for future development and for direct access for Emerson, that meant shifting the building south. That necessitated approximately $1 million in stormwater management. By keeping the stormwater detention system nearly what it was for the 3-story option, by shifting the building north, the cost implications are less than $500,000 now. That's still several $100,000 more than we currently have identified, but we are prepared to move ahead even with that $300,000 to $400,000 financing gap, if that's what it takes. We likewise agree that a 3-story building makes more sense. It's a lower floor area ratio. It preserves more of the existing trees and green space. It does allow for that future redevelopment use or shared access along the north for whoever develops on that site. But that being said, we own the site. We will get something developed there at some point. If the only path forward is this 2-story option that absurdly costs more than a 3-story building, then that is the route we're prepared to go.
Okay, thank you. So yes, let me just say that I was originally more in favor of the 3-story option. I felt it made more sense economically, but as I seconded the motion, I also am supportive of the 2-story option. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Trustee Bertucci.
So I just want to get a point of clarification on these percentages of affordable housing. So Randy, there's a state guideline for affordable housing, correct?
Yes.
And if you don't meet that state guideline, you have to file a plan for affordable housing.
Correct. The state guideline is not a recommendation per se of how much affordable housing a community should have. It is if you are not at 10%, then certain requirements come into place. One, you have to have a plan. Secondly, there's some additional state oversight if you deny a housing plan under state regulations. And so there is no set state guideline for how much affordable housing there should be. It's more, there's a series of consequences if you're not at least at 10%.
Okay, sounds a little semantics, but basically what's being said is it's a minimum that they would require, otherwise have a plan in place to increase your affordable housing. Is that a fair statement?
There's certain consequences in the law if you don't have at least 10%. You'd have to have a plan, and then there's if you deny a housing application, there's additional oversight by the state.
Okay, so let's, for all practical purposes, say 10% is the least amount that the state would want you to have, otherwise have a plan in place. Arlington Heights is at 19.8, I believe, as Trustee Dunnington mentioned. So we are, for all practical purposes, call it twice the guideline before a plan would necessarily be needed. I just wanted to make sure that I have that perspective in mind. Thank you.
All right, other members of the board. Trustee Shirley.
So I had to Google this because no one will help me. To amend the motion, so before I do it, I want to make sure that the mayor and the village attorney are okay with this. It says to amend the motion takes three basic forms: inserting or adding words or paragraphs, striking out words or paragraphs, or striking out words and inserting or adding others, or substituting an entire paragraph or complete resolution for another. So I would like to make a motion to amend the motion from Trustee Schwingbeck to delete this, that he didn't even have to read all of it, but we know what he meant, and insert this. Trustee Shirley moved to concur with the Plan Commission, or I should say Schwingbeck. Plan Commission recommendation and denial of a preliminary plat of subdivision to consolidate the subject property into one lot. An amendment to the comprehensive plan to reclassify the subject property from offices only to institutional, rezoning of the subject property from OT, Office Transitional District, to the I Institutional District, and planned unit development approval to allow a 25-unit permanent supportive housing facility on the subject property. Is that proper now? I realize it has to have a second to proceed, but are we allowing that?
I'm going to have to get it again. I'm sorry. Your motion was to amend it how? By substituting denial for approval?
To delete the motion to, approve the two-story full parking, no variations, and substitute or insert suggestion motion for village board meeting, concurring with the denial from the planning commission.
To me, that's still a brand-new motion. Mr. Passman.
I mean, ultimately, Mayor, as presiding officer, if you're rejecting the motion, you can't do so. It is I say there's no judgment. It is a wholesale, deletion and substituting new language. Again, it's not an endorsement one way or another, but it's the will of the chair not to recognize the motion as a proper motion to amend.
Yeah, Mr. Reckloff.
If I could weigh in, I mean, I think as a practical matter, if the motion that Trustee Schwingbeck made were to fail, then I would imagine there probably would be support for Trustee Shirley's motion. I would imagine. If
that would be a substitute motion, then, is what I was told earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the first motion were to fail, then someone could make a second motion, which could be Trustee Shirley's motion, and then the board would vote on that.
Which is a brand-new motion.
Right.
I think that's correct.
Which is what that proposed amendment is, in my mind.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other comments from the board? All right, let's go to the audience then. And again, as I said earlier, I do want to give preference to Arlington Heights residents, and so we're going to proceed with Arlington Heights residents. You're reminded of the 3-minute time limit. Again, if you don't need all 3 minutes, please don't use them all, or if you just want to get up and say you concur with the previous speaker, that's fine too. And so we're going to proceed with a consolidated presentation by the neighborhood. And so they understand that they have 3 minutes per speaker, but we're going to begin with them. So the first speaker is Patrick Keevy.
Can you give us a moment to set up here? Is that all right?
Sure.
We had asked to present on PowerPoint the same way that Full Circle was able to. We were denied that, so we have to present on a easel over here, right where the
Are you going to have to talk into the microphone?
Otherwise, the folks at home won't be able to hear you and it won't be recorded.
Yeah,
We had requested to, can you hear me now?
yeah.
We had requested to present on PowerPoint the same way that Full Circle was able to. Our request was denied, so we are forced to present on an easel with
Okay.
our
Well,
paper here.
Mr. Keevy, you're not forced to. This is a standard procedure.
We were not allowed to.
You're right. That's a standard procedure where we don't allow residents or individual members of the audience to use a PowerPoint during the public comment period. So we're not discriminating against your neighborhood. This is something we do for every petition.
I wasn't suggesting you were. I was just asking for a moment to set up the easel. Thank you, sir. Okay. Mayor Hayes, Village Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. We appreciate that. My name is Patrick Keevy. I live at 1514 South Douglas. I am 2 blocks away from the proposed development. I'm going to volunteer how far away I am. I know you're not required to, but I think it'd be insightful, or I think it'd be enlightening for people to disclose where they are in proximity to this location here. I think that's valuable information. We represent, you can't see it on here, we'll email this out later. We represent 200 houses in the Carefree Park, Surrey Ridge, and Heritage Park neighborhood. The immediate surrounding area is strongly opposed to this development. Our understanding is the proponents of this oftentimes come from very far away. I think that's very important. Our opposition is fact-based. It's not based on some unfounded fear. We're not afraid of people with disabilities. We don't discriminate people with veterans. We have 3 core areas why we are opposed to this. One is zoning. This would represent a radical change to zoning. A lot of us bought our houses with the current zoning in place here. A lot of us would not have bought or built our houses had this zoning been in place here. Certainly the Grace Terrace facility as well. We'll give you a couple examples of that. So that is a very substantial change. We also have major concerns over crime, safety, and of course property values. These are all tied together. Other Full Circle properties with the same screening process as Grace Terrace, the same process, have shown very high incidence rates. We're going to talk about those in aggregate and also some very specific examples as well. I want people to think about that, what that would be like in their neighborhood. We'll give you examples on that. And then finally, the tenant selection process. I think that's probably been beaten. It's a dead horse right now. Full Circle has no control over the tenants that would go in there. There are people that would have criminal backgrounds. We'll show you proof. We found some. We've requested more information. Full Circle has not provided that to us. There will be people with criminal backgrounds in there, and a lot of the people with disabilities, we feel for them, will have serious mental health issues. That's the Housing Task Force. That does not belong in our neighborhood. It is a quiet neighborhood. I actually would disagree with that. That's why we bought our house there. We have 5 young children. We spent a lot of money on that house, put a lot of money into that. We pay a lot of money in property taxes. It is a very quiet neighborhood with a lot of kids in there. This would be a dramatic change to that. And Full Circle is not a good partner for Arlington Heights. Even if you wanted a development like this, they are the wrong partner. They have made material misrepresentations to the board. We're going to get into those tonight. We'll show you some of those. That's a fact. They've lacked transparency to the board and public. They have not engaged with the community. They have been evasive. They have obfuscated. And they purchased this property without the proper zoning in place. Why would they do that? The village website recommends against them doing that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So my neighbors and I, we're going to go through a pretty detailed presentation over the next 30 or 35 minutes or so. We think it's going to be very enlightening. We ask that you pay attention. Thank you.
All right, next is Joe Keevy.
So unfortunately, his daughter's sick. He's not going to be able to make it. So we'll skip his section. We'll skip him as well.
Okay, next is Rocky Miro.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rocky Miro. I live 3 blocks from the proposed development. I'm a proud father of 3 children, 14-year resident of Arlington Heights. At the December 6th board meeting, FCC represented incidents will mostly be wellness checks and lockouts at the respective properties.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Pause.
I think you want to turn that in our direction, if you would.
That direction. That's a screening process.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Miro.
Time is still going. Okay. So impacted homeowners, myself, we've collected Freedom of Information Act data at our own expense. And the data that we provided contradicts FCC representatives on December 6th. So again, the data was collected, the FOIA data was collected from January 2023 through June of 2024. Does it represent all the facilities? We'll discuss specifically 4 properties. We only came across convicted felons at these properties, okay? And we suggest and we believe that there's quite a bit more information available out there. So the incidence rates at these properties, specifically Village Brook, Lake Zurich, Pearl Street, and 5150 Northwest Highway in Chicago. So myself and my fellow residents will present various data, specific incidences at these properties. We did discover criminal backgrounds of tenant guests as well as the tenants at each of these properties. And we have provided this information to the board. So based on the June update for Village Brook Apartments, in Carroll Stream, so a total of 32 concerning calls were made through that 18-month period. Okay, I'll go to the summary. So in that 18-month, out of those 32 calls, 15 domestic violence calls were made, 3 suicide calls were made, 5 violations of protection orders, 3 thefts, and 2 overdoses were represented in an 18-month period. And again, only based on the FOIA data that we were able to collect. So I think time is almost up. So thank you very much for the time, and I respectfully request we vote no and deny Full Circle's motion and proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gabe Bodnar, and then Brittany Godnar. Is it Bodnar or Godnar? Bodnar.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gabe Bodnar. I live about a block away from where this proposed property would be. Thank you all for your time and for letting us present. So keeping on the same subject, taking a look here from what you can see, we're looking at specific police incidents reports from the Village Brook Apartments complex in Carroll Stream. And what you'll notice with both of the specific incidents being called out is that there's a firearm being discharged and that there's shots being fired. I've lived in this neighborhood for a little over, since 2021. The only time I've ever seen a police officer is when a power line went down. And now we're talking about putting properties nearby that have high potential for something like this happening right behind us. Taking a look at some of the other incidents too from other police reports still at Carroll Stream. So we're talking about criminal property damage. And what's interesting with this one is that when the police reached out to FCC or reached out to Full Circle management about the criminal damage or the criminal property damage that occurred, they never got a response. They reached out multiple times and Full Circle never bothered to actually get back to them to do anything along the lines of taking care of this incident or making sure that the police had what they need regarding it. At the same time, looking at the other police report on the bottom, we actually have people driving around in a black SUV swinging bats, trying to go find someone to go beat them up with their bats and cause damage to their property. Again, Patrick mentioned earlier, there's children everywhere. I just had a daughter. She's a year old. And this is going to potentially be right behind where I just spent tons of money, moved out of the city to get away from things like this. So that's right there. Like, that's just not what I signed up for or what my wife signed up for. And then this is a fun slide, lots of numbers, but taking a look at specific incidents reports at the Lake Zurich property, there are a lot of them. There's about 358 incidents being listed here. And with that, 26.5% of them are repossession, so that's recovering stolen property incidents. Only 10% were well-being checks. They were saying that most of the incidents were well-being checks. Clearly not the case. And then taking a look at the last slide at Pearl Street, about 190 incidents listed here. Again, 18% are welfare checks, 10% are violent crimes or violent incidents / harassments, with another 12% being neighbor trouble also being reported. Again, this is not anything that exists in our neighborhood now. This is a much higher density population that you're trying to put into an area that's all single family homes. Just doesn't make sense, and it's not a good fit. Thank you.
All right, next is Brittany.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I'm the wife.
Okay.
Thank you for having us tonight. Some background on me. So my husband and I moved here 2021. We lived in Lakeview, downtown. Was there 8 years, really nice, quiet community. Over the last 3 years, started to change. With the final nail in the coffin being that my neighbor was mugged at gunpoint in my alley, 8 p.m. on a Monday. Not acceptable. Moved. I actually grew up in Arlington Heights, right off of White Oak. My mom was a small business owner here. Raved things to say about it. I convinced my husband from Florida to move to Arlington Heights. Now I'm not so sure about that. With all of this, so I'm going to be going over the FOIA data for a couple of their other properties. And I want to note and remind everybody that FOIA data is third-party data. This is not something that we are just going and surveying. We are actually going to the other villages, fire departments, police departments, all of that. So this is the highest quality data that you could get. So I'm going to talk about 5150 Northwest Highway in Chicago. This is another permanent supportive housing for Full Circle, specifically for vets and disabled. Also across the street from a police department. Within the past year, 65 incidents, okay? Wellness checks, 0%. Domestic battery disturbances, 52%. Sexual abuse, 1. Do you think I really want to raise my daughter next to a facility with these kinds of stats? I want to talk about a couple of other just incidences that have happened specifically at other Full Circle properties. First is Isaac Goodlow at Carroll Stream. He had a long history, 12 arrests, 2 felony, 7 misdemeanors, total convictions, 6. He was allowed to take residency there. Other Full Circle tenants, McHenry, this is another permanent supportive housing for vets and disabled. First one, Matthew Headland, resident from 2001 to 2022. 28 pages of FOIA information. Stolen vehicle charges, drug addiction, burglary, battery, bodily harm, multiple times in jail, multiple fines. Next up, Antoinette, 4 years, controlled substance arrest, warrant attempts, arrested, put multiple times in jail. And the last, my personal favorite, Margaret Peterson, harboring a fugitive, arrested for the above and said that they would do it all over again. So all in all, this is, I mean, you all have the FOIA data. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to remind us that it is important that we look at this and we take a step back and we look at the big picture. This isn't just a zoning issue, you're changing our neighborhood. And I mean, we've had 8 months with Full Circle going back and forth. There is not one thing in my mind as a mom that would make me feel better about this. They've had 8 months. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brittany. Next is David Dupree, and then David DeVito.
Hi, David Dupree, 37-year resident. I live about 2 blocks from the proposed apartment building. Again, let me read from the Arlington Heights Resource Guide that you have on the website for development and permit process. Number 1, most businesses are only allowed to operate in certain parts of the village. Again, this is why we have zoning. You're telling people, you can't put a gas station where you want it. You can't put a hotel. This is why you have zoning. And again, this or a three-story apartment building's a lot different than memory care. And two, if you're going to enter into a lease agreement or contract to purchase property for the purpose of operating a business, remember to include a contingency for all governmental approvals, including Village of Arlington Heights zoning approvals and permits. Well, from what we've been told from Full Circle, they purchased the properties and they closed on it with no contingencies. Now, why would Full Circle do that when, again, you know, this is real estate 101. You don't buy a property without contingencies for permitting and zoning approval. And two, even your own village guide says, get these contingencies. So as we understand it, they bought the property and have closed on it. So first, Full Circle has limited options of what to do. And of course, what their option is, since they've been turned down twice, is to keep forcing this property, turn it around, twist it this way, twist it this way. Again, this is an apartment building being built next to residential people. And again, after the Eastman, what I call a fiasco, and again, which surprised everybody, again, I believe at the conclusion of Village Board final meeting in December on the Eastman, again, I can't remember, it might have been, I'm sorry, it might have been the mayor, but I could be wrong. Somebody on the board said, made a very vocal statement to review all vacant land that's next to residential and ensure that there is transitional zoning on that land. Well, that's what we have here, transitional zoning. And so what's the purpose of having this transitional zoning if it can just be thrown away for whatever purpose? Many of us moved to the village based on the belief of the strong zoning and building code requirements. Current residents purchased their property knowing the current transitional zoning on the adjacent property. The residents understood and had every reason to believe a gas station couldn't be built there, a hotel couldn't be built there, or an apartment building couldn't be built there. There's never been, as you mentioned, no issues with the current medical buildings and the current buildings that have been built there. Current residents should expect the village to support and defend the current zoning. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dupree. Next is David DeVito, and then Meyer Shah.
Good evening, everyone again. Thanks again for your time tonight. I think you've heard my case before, especially from the zoning perspective. I want to start off with just saying the strategic priorities that were set up for 2024, 2025. Number 2, fiscal stewardship. We are 18 months almost in from our initial conversations. How much staff dollars were spent in all the different options? And now we're almost back to the drawing board again for this developer for a self-inflicted wound. This isn't something that we are imposing on them. This is something that they, as we said a few different times, have bought this property without contingencies and could have walked away with the contingency, but now is putting it on our dime to actually work through these options with them. Number 8, strengthen key gateways. South side of Arlington Heights, key gateway. An apartment complex right where residential community starts is not an improvement. That's a detraction. Let's see. We got the Autumn Care facility. Beautiful facility. Not used very often. You'll see maybe 1 or 2 cars parked in that lot. It's a 1-story, fits in very beautifully into a residential community. Same thing on the gastro, same thing with Forza, same thing with the law firm just outside of there. All of those are very much in spirit and harmony of the community that it is moved in with. Autumn Place did improvements to the adjacent properties, right, with the storm water and everything. What improvements is this really going to bring to us, to the local community that we are represented here tonight? You are an elected board by the community We are the community. We are the ones that are going to be directly impacted by this property. So you should be voting with our words as holding a slightly higher weight than other special interest parties and other state and governing bodies here. So I actually think that it was out of place to go straight to a motion before you had full discussions and even listen to us, because I feel that you really should have listened to everyone before going through a motion and preemptively putting that first one on there. So with that, I just thank you again for the time tonight. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeVito. Next is Meyer Shah, and then Eric Mueller.
Mayor Hayes, Board of Trustees, and rest of the attendees, good evening. My name is Mayur Shah. I live on Heaven Street, 1 block away from the proposed project location. I would like to draw your attention to how the vacant office land as part of the South Arlington corridor is being discussed back in 2018 and now. Back then, a detailed study with several months of planning and community inputs, including village web-based preference survey on the land use, resulted in the office land's long-term vision up to 2 floors for professional offices and maybe a memory care center. And now, without community inputs, a change from that long-term vision is being forced on the surrounding homes to put an apartment building impacting their quality of lives and their biggest investment. Next slide. Sharing results of a neighborhood survey with 83% of the homeowners saying that they would not have bought their homes had they known about Grace Terrace. And 90% feel that they would be inclined to sell their homes if this project moved forward. Next slide shows the perceived impact of Grace Terrace, with more than 90% fearing increase in crime rate and decrease in home value. 80% fear decrease in other single-family home development, increase in foot traffic, and increase in property taxes. Next slide shows how this last year has contributed to the neighborhood's quality of life and their impression of the village board. From the left, the first 5 bars show the lack of sleep, increased stress, irritability, anxiety, and depression. And the next 5 bars show the neighborhood's gross dissatisfaction over how the village board has handled this project, including the preferential treatment to Full Circle. Mayor Hayes and the Board of Trustees, these homes and businesses are just feet away, not miles. And they've already shared how the inadequate screening policies controlled by HUD leads to convicts occupancy. Crime breeds gangs. When frequency of crime goes up, it slowly normalizes like Chicago. Don't let this beautiful corridor, a gateway to our Arlington Heights, turn into a gateway for crime to creep in. With your position comes responsibility, and with Arlington Heights already at 19.8% of affordable housing, double the 10% IHDA threshold, you have the option today to not shatter the dreams of the impacted community and finding another location for FCC to preserve the dreams of those in need of such housing. Do something different than what you have already done so far. Please vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Next is Eric Mueller, and then Jeff Bone.
Eric Mueller, 38-year resident, 1.5 blocks away from the project. Rodney Dangerfield had a quip that he said, "I went to a fight last night and a hockey game broke out." And I kind of feel that's what's happening here, a lot of confusion and miscommunication. You're going to hear words against our neighborhood. We are definitely not against disabled veterans, and we are not against people with disabilities. We respect the people that try to help them. We really do. Personally, I've been involved with Special Olympics in the past for 7 years. I have worked in refereed basketball for the Northwest Special Recreation. My wife has worked for Stand Up Kids, homeless kids in Chicago. Thousands of bologna sandwiches made in our kitchen. I spent 4.5 years as a caseworker working with disabled veterans. We had actually thought about bringing some neighbors that are disabled veterans or disabled persons of disability to speak tonight on behalf, but we didn't think that was very respectful. Speaking of being respectful, very respectful to veterans, I was born in France. My dad was in the Army, married a nice French lady. I have uncles buried in Arlington Cemetery, so I'm very pro-military and pro-veteran. The only thing I would like to explain, I won't get into it, that most people in this room don't know, I've gone through a lot of DD-214s, I've gone through disability ratings. When you see a veteran that's rated 60, 70, 80% disability, please don't think that it's 60, 70, 80% of incapacitation. It's a long project that goes on a chart, but you can be perfectly fine in society and be 70, 80% disabled. So just to clarify it, and I won't bore into the thing, really what we have in this project is a square peg in a round hole. This thing just doesn't seem to fit. I don't understand why you would buy property and then try to do all this zoning. I'm not a real smart guy, but when I look at this map, I think everybody, we could make this work. If Full Circle would just sell that property, take Haven and Emerson, put cul-de-sacs down and make it houses. There's a shortage for single-family houses, just like we did up on Brett and Ryan Court, and the people there love their neighborhoods. Forget all the zoning and just make it residential. Something that really hits me is that our immediate neighborhood is recognized as one of the most diverse neighborhoods in Arlington Heights. We also border a very, very large subsidized housing unit, 190 units. Most of my neighbors, or many of my neighbors, are from India, Africa, Poland, Ukraine, and some countries I never even heard of. English is normally our second language. I wish there was a proposal would have happened 3 years ago when diversity was a major topic in the city, because this is kind of what's happening now. We've also, lastly, I'd like to just pass on to the committee. Full Circle is a large organization, full staff people. They're on a payroll, they're paid, they have their connections politically. We basically are an ad hoc committee passing the hat so we can take this on. David and Goliath, for those of you on the fence, shock the world and vote for David. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Mueller. Next is Jeff Bone, and then Victor Louis.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak today. What I wanted to talk about, the pages fell down. First, Full Circle has refused to disclose any material information to the group or the opposition that I'm talking for. Looking for blind data on disabilities. It's been false. What we believe has been falsely marketed as for veterans and people with disabilities. What we would like is to have that data provided to us. Maybe, maybe they don't have it. Maybe they don't keep good records or something. I don't know. But when you're asking for information from public, we just don't get it. Like people have said already, the FOIA data, that was all dug up and found by this group of people. It wasn't given to us freely. It doesn't make any sense why if someone was coming in to try and help the community or be with the community, they should be forthcoming with this information. They shouldn't have to go find us on their own and work it on your own. Eviction data. We asked for eviction data on what was evicted or why are people still in these places after multiple times of the police being called on them. What is the policy on this? Why are people still allowed to be inside these facilities? Couple things that I take for heart. I'm an engineer. If you guys take a look out that window, this is the 3rd floor. On the other side of that street is about 80 feet. It's much closer to the next house than what they're showing in their proposal. You can see inside the windows. You can see everything over there. That doesn't make any sense to have it next to a residential building. Last time I was kind of offended when I was in the village board meeting. There was an individual that said that the group was attacking people with disabilities. I didn't hear one comment about people attacking people with disabilities. If anything, I think we're all for that. What we're not for is the crime, the way the people are being selected. Today they said that there's preferential treatment towards veterans. Why can't there be preferential treatment against people who don't have felonies, who don't have criminal charges? You want to bring safe people into your building. If you lived in this building, you wouldn't want to have criminals living with you. We live next to these people. Why would we want to have criminals living next to us? There's a selection process. If it can be helped, why wouldn't we do this? We talked about today, 19.5% of Arlington Heights housing is available, via this affordable information or affordable housing. But that's currently, there was a slide up previously that said that the International Plaza and the other building, they all have buildings associated, percentages associated to that. when you take that into consideration, where does Arlington Heights around all of our neighbors? I'm sure we're not the lowest, and I'm sure we're not the highest, but I bet you we're probably 30%, right? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Bone. Next is Victor. Is it Louis or Lori? Louis, okay. And then Phyllis Gioli.
Thank you for having us. One of the points that I want to make is that we haven't talked about is at the other end of Emerson West of Arlington Heights Road is Stuart Low Elementary School. And because we live on Emerson for 33 years, we see school bus picking up kids around the neighborhood. And this is in the morning, in the early afternoon. So that's something to consider. What I want to also bring up is that we have a neighbor, Mr. Jonathan Novak, who just built a house on 1501 South Douglas. And he lived in Chicago for 15 years. And because he has two little kids, he spent millions of dollars building a house and just ready to move in. And he indicated that if he known FCC is going to come in and build an apartment building, he would never would have invested in the house that he just built. So that summarizes it, and I want to thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Louis. Next is Phyllis Gioli, and then Linda Dustin.
Hi, my name is Susie Grammatis. I'm actually filling in for Phyllis, and I am reading an article here from Dr. James Kekos at 1401 South Arlington Heights Road. 20 years ago, I made a career decision to invest millions of dollars in a facility to house my growing dental practice. I was a commercial renter for many years in buildings just west of Northwest Community Hospital. When I purchased the land for the new dental office on Arlington Heights Road, I went through a painstaking process of design and build procedures to assure that the new building was complementary to the neighborhood and respectful of my new neighbors and their properties. I was subjected to repeated architectural modifications and design changes because the Village of Arlington Heights required me to fulfill and comply with the many code and village ordinances. In fact, the changes to my plans were so numerous that it left me at the point of literal finance ruin. I remember quite vividly the most important detail of the entire project was that I could not build a multi-story building as I wanted to do so, which would allow my future growth potential without relocation. The village would not, under any circumstance, allow for that. Upon my repeated attempts and multiple design modifications to show the village that my architectural plans were beneficial and respectful to the impact of the neighborhood, the village continuously denied my request. Fast forward 20 years later, I now am faced with having to design and move my practice to a new location. My eldest son has now joined my practice, and my other son is now a neurologist and will specialize in intervention neurological treatments for patients with strokes, Parkinson, Alzheimer's, and other debilitating diseases. I've expanded my practice by adding another location in Naperville, and I am planned on building a much larger facility to house both our dental practice and my son's neurological institution on the properties just south of my current location. That plan is now on hold. I will not invest that kind of money knowing that my facility will be next to low-income housing facility, and considering the element and security concerns, I can confidently say that I am forced to reconsider my new location elsewhere, sadly. It is not a question of whether this type of facility has the right to exist, but rather does that facility have the right to be built in this location? Why does this project that is proposed qualify to have special variance to allow its construction? Why do they get to build a multi-story facility and I wasn't? Why did I have to follow the rules and comply with the village's ordinance and laws? This plan for Grace Terrace should be denied on all aspects. The double standards here are glaring and overwhelming. I vote no.
Great, thank you. Next is Linda Dustin.
Linda Dustin, 404 East Parkview Court, Arlington Heights. I live about 1 block away from the proposed building. I'd just like to start by saying that I'm sure that you know about the gas and wash big gas station that was, I guess, passed or whatever, out there in Arlington Heights, Wheeling area.
It's in Wheeling.
Pardon me?
It's in Wheeling.
It is in Wheeling, yes. Anyway, what I wanted to let you know is that a gentleman that is a very high proponent of this project was against that project and used these words: being opposed, surrounded by quality residential on all sides, $400 to $600 houses, against. Unwanted noise, car traffic, light pollution, and loitering, and it doesn't belong in a residential area. This will be a change from what was previously on the property, since patrons will buy using it all day and night. Can you imagine all of this on one parcel of land in our neighborhood? Can you imagine it in your neighborhood? Can anyone guarantee crime with not being a problem? He is a proponent of this project when he was saying those words against something that was being proposed in his area only 5 miles away, not a block away. Aside from that, this is in part an email that I sent to the board a couple of weeks ago, and I would like the audience to hear it as well as kind of to refresh your minds. I am writing again to the Board of Trustees to emphatically let it be known that I feel the Grace Terrace Full Circle project is being proposed at the wrong location. I implore you to vote no to the plan for various reasons, all which have been brought up in many meetings and presentations throughout this last year and a half. It is the wrong location, period. Do not allow a 3-story eyesore to be built amongst the established, beautiful, high-end homes in our neighborhood. The land is not far enough removed from my neighbors' homes and is entirely too high to conform with the looks needed on that portion of Arlington Heights Road. I just also want to say that the picture that was up there about how high the 3-story building would be, that was also elevated 12 feet higher than my neighbor's house, which makes it almost a 4-story when you think about it.
Right. Linda, you're going to have to finish your thought.
Too bad I have some really good stuff here.
Okay. Thank you.
We're done. Thank you for accommodating us.
Stevie, let's take just a short break, and if you guys could just clean that up. Yeah.
No, they.
You want me to just ask them?
Let's get started again.
I don't even. 43.
I am.
There.
If you're gonna get, I'm gonna tell
I don't
you.
have the name spelling.
So
So
if
if we did a clarification, the other ones I have. And then everything on here.
Oh, no, I know. Try to do it before we start.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. So then, not these? No. It would have been the more recent. This one? And the video. We posted the video. Oh, but the minute, the verbatim, so that was not on here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's not on here. We don't have that.
11,
We'll have to add that. Thank you for putting it in there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, if we could go ahead and have you take your seats.
For the minutes.
Just for the people downstairs, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of empty seats, but we did have a few people leave, I think, during the break. So if you want an opportunity to come up and see, you're welcome to do that. Or if you want to have an opportunity to speak, you might want to come up as well. So I do have just approximately about 40 additional blue cards here. So just, again, to encourage everyone to be brief and concise as possible. Again, if you don't need to take all 3 minutes if you don't need it. But I do want to give everybody a full and fair opportunity to be heard. And again, I'm going to go first with Arlington Heights residents. And so we got everybody back from the board. We're still missing Trustee Shirley. Let me just give him a minute. Okay. Let me just give him a minute.
Okay, if I can do the math. So
Well-
40 cards is going to, just so to give everybody a heads up, 40 times 3 is 120, which means we're about 2 hours. So do we, at what point, I guess the reason why I mentioned that is because I just want to know at what point in time do we have to have a vote to extend?
Well, we don't have that rule anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Right. The 11 o'clock rule.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, do we?
We don't have that anymore.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, not anymore.
No
Right.
more, okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay. We're still waiting on Trustee Shirley.
You're right, they're on.
We may be up to about 50 now. So just so you know.
Yeah, hold on, I got it.
Just want to make sure all of our board members are back before we restart.
So it's, we have to look at it differently, just so you know, this one here.
Okay. Next individual is James Kokosoulis, and then next is Colleen Harity.
Hello, I live very close to the property,
about 100 feet away. So I just wanted to say, when I first came to the village meeting in December, I was told that the apartment building development was a wonderful place, and it would be just like Hart's Place. As the city was prepared to vote, I recall thinking in financial terms, thinking this place might not be so bad, other than each of us neighbors losing about $200,000 apiece. Would like to submit a study to show that that's true. A few months later, one of the neighbors sent an email to the rest of us showing that they discovered a shooting and a police report that took place at Hart's Place. I would like to submit this police report to the board. The police report states shots being fired into a vehicle, as Representative Shirley said, drug dealing, gang activity, a bullet going through a neighbor's window. Page 7 out of 10 in the police report says a bullet was discovered in a damaged window of a second-floor residence directly above the front entrance to the building. The damaged window with a bullet hole has been in disrepair since March of 2020. A witness said that residents have frequently seen unknown people come to the front door of the building with a gun tucked in front of their pants. Perhaps these people were not supposed to live at Hart's Place, but the fact is that they did live there, and they had no disabilities, and they were not veterans. So if this new place is anything like Hart's Place, based on the police report, that would mean that our lives would be in constant danger as we live very close, about 50 to 100 feet away. Five of us neighbors border the property. I would not feel safe for me and my family to walk in our backyard. My neighbors would not feel safe to walk in their backyards if this place is going to be anything like Hart's Place. If it's not going to be like Hart's Place, then we'd feel safer. So honestly, it feels strange, but I would like to ask the board to vote not to put the rest of our lives in danger, especially for us living extremely close to this apartment building.
Okay, thank you. Next is Colleen Harity, and then Michelle Shute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Colleen Harity. I live on East Haven Street. I'm a 20-year resident, and I'm going to be 1.5 blocks from this proposed site. As stated in the July 24th Plan Commission meeting, I have been moved to action via numerous emails to all of you, attending village meetings, meeting with a trustee in my own home, and actually holding up a protest sign on the side of Arlington Heights Road, because the apartment building is not in the best interest of these good neighbors in this location. My points. We hear a lot about needs surrounding this project, the need for this type of affordable apartments, the need for the right piece of land. FCC claims only 3 land parcels were possible for this building. We find that hard to believe. It just fit his need. I'd like to again put forth a solution to the need with urban street development at International Plaza. It's just a half a mile down the street where they desperately need an affordable housing component, that magical 7th building, to meet the village's affordable housing requirements. That B1 and B2 zoned area is the ideal location for this development, not in the middle of an R1 and R3 least dense single-family home zoned neighborhood. It's the core value of this town. You say you change zoning all the time to meet needs, but what precedents are you setting for any empty lot in this village if you bend the zoning to meet this entrepreneur's needs to the financial detriment of hundreds of good people who have invested in this neighborhood already and voted for you to be the good stewards of our investment? FCC has been rejected by the Planning Commission not once, but twice. The second time by an even larger margin after hearing our objections. The very system of checks and balances provided by dedicated professionals you, the board members, rely on to advise you what is best for this village. They said no. Why? They've learned a lot more about this self-proclaimed entrepreneur who makes many unsubstantiated claims. Translation, there will be no assistance for these vulnerable people. It will be in the wrong place. It's the wrong location for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Colleen. Next is Michelle, and then Keith Moons.
Michelle, shoot 250 feet away from the facility. I just want to address and reiterate a few things because we have heard this before and I'm pretty sure we're going to hear it again later on. First, let me reiterate that we deeply value and support efforts to assist the disabled and veterans. We are not politicians. We are simply hardworking residents who have invested in our homes with the trust that the zoning regulations would be respected and upheld by our village. As we pride ourselves on being the city of friendly neighbors, it is essential to not accuse those with opposing positions with labels like prejudice or heartless. It is crucial to understand the facts and see the perspectives of those of us who will be directly impacted by the aftermath of unduly changing rules as we live close by. It is vital to engage with facts rather than dismiss them as unfounded. We have gathered information through official channels, and turning a blind eye to these facts does not reflect the neighborly spirit we wish to promote. Instead, address these concerns directly instead of deflecting with generalized comments. I also want to address the ongoing debate about facility comparisons. Statements of it's not comparable. If that's the case, when asked if background checks are different among these facilities, why is Full Circle's response? No, background check procedure do not differ from property types. There may be differences between jurisdictions, but permanent supportive housing is not treated differently with our background check process compared to other types of affordable housing. As for the waitlist management, it falls under the Housing Authority of Cook County, which means that tenant selection cannot be limited to Arlington Heights residents alone, as well as guaranteed to veterans and individuals with disabilities. When asked for guarantees, Full Circle responded by describing the facility as only having preferences and moving up to on top of the list and no exclusivity. Full Circle has also misrepresented themselves and have been untruthful to the board and the public on many occasions. One major example is taking a part of the Richmond Chief of Police's thank you letter and promoting it as a letter of recommendation, which is far from the truth, as it was already refuted by the chief himself. In light of these facts, I implore you to consider our positions with fairness instead of turning a blind eye. We support helping those in need, but this should not come at a cost of disregarding zoning rules that protect our community or placing undue strain on your current residents. Arlington Heights already hosts a significant portion of affordable housing at 19.8%, excluding the ones still in the pipeline. It's imperative that we balance compassion with the integrity of our community's zoning regulations. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Next is Keith Moons, and then Martin Kloss.
Thank you, President Hayes. Please approve of the Full Circle project tonight from the OT zoning to the institutional zoning, which would allow 3 stories without any variations. Permanent supportive housing is desperately needed in our community right now. And this project, managed by a very reputable and respected company as Full Circle, would only begin to meet that demand for our permanent supported housing. Approval at 3 stories would get this project up and running much sooner and cheaper to provide that housing in our community. The motion on the floor right now at 2 stories would require extra cost and time to redesign the project. It has to go back to the Design Commission, back to the Board of Trustees, then to a consent agenda at a 2/3 vote sometime in the future. And as we did not hear once again tonight, building height as a priority to the neighborhood objections, but rather it's the unfounded claim of potential crime and safety at this site. Reducing the building height to 2 stories will force an onerous financial burden not only on the petitioner, but also on the village staff, delay the project possibly indefinitely, and it will not relieve their fear of the potential crime and safety at this site. The Full Circle project was passed once already, 6-3, without variations on December 4th of 23, at 3 stories. Nothing has changed since December to warrant a building height reduction to the 2-story level. So please approve of the Full Circle project tonight, but at 3 stories, to save time and money to the petitioner and the village to get the much-needed housing we need up and running sooner. Thank you, President.
Thanks, Mr. Moons. Next is Martin Kloss, and then Anna Schmitz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Board of Trustees for having me and us. A lot of bad stuff is being said about Hart's Place tonight by people, and I think it's totally unfounded and inaccurate, but I have to point out that Hart's Place residents don't have any interaction with nearby single-family homes and condominiums. We all respect each other's boundaries. I feel the same would be true with Grace Terrace and the neighbors around them. And I just wanted to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Martin Kloss. I've been a resident of Hart's Place for more than 4 years. I love my apartment. It is 7 minutes from my parents' house. I love my neighbors in my building. They're great to talk to and spend time with. I have medical care within walking distance of me, as well as many stores and restaurants nearby. I love visiting all the parks and trails of Arlington Heights, both on foot and by bike. I feel Hart's Place is well-staffed and well-run, especially in these times. And we also value our Arlington Heights first responders because sometimes my neighbors really need them. And I feel that handing a worthy individual an apartment key to one of these apartments is an opportunity of a lifetime. Mayor Hayes, Trustees Shirley, yes, Trustee Shirley, Grasse, LaBedz, and Dunnington have taken part in either our Hart's Place grand opening or our mural unveiling. And I feel those are our 2 proudest moments of our building. And I just want to say, let's build Grace Terrace and transform Arlington Heights into the village of great neighbors. And one more thing, about a month ago, there was a shooting at Arbor Lakes, and it was in self-defense, I guess, but still that gunshot's going to traumatize people. People may have PTSD. A criminal got into that building, and that is not affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. That's just regular apartment building, but I'm sure all the people that live there, besides the person that was the intruder, are all fine people, and I think there's fine people all over Arlington Heights, And I'm from Buffalo Grove, so I didn't move far. But I think there's a lot of great neighbors if we work together.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klaus, for coming tonight. Next is Anna Schmitz, and then Mary Hahn.
Good evening. I'd like to address a few items that you've mentioned here by board members. You were concerned about the selection process and how this might. My thing is, if you get, if you want to fill this place up faster, and let's say you only present your marketing more to one group of people, you may not get the number of veterans that you'd like to see in there. And I want to see it for veterans. My husband is a two-tour Vietnam veteran who is disabled because of his tour there. My nephew is a West Point graduate. My brother was in the Army. I worked for the government. So, I mean, we put in our time. But again, the selection process doesn't allow. And on the other hand, have you ever read next door and how many people, how many seniors are being forced out of Arlington Heights because they cannot afford the property tax or, their rent anymore? Why not make something for them? Then we always have, you mentioned about crossing Arlington Heights Road to get to the stores. I use walking sticks when I walk in the neighborhood. This morning, my husband and I had to go into the city for a doctor's appointment. He said, hurry up. And I'm like, I can't run. And if you've ever seen what Arlington Heights Road traffic is like right at Gulf and Arlington Heights Road, a person with a disability will not be able to make it across in the allotted time that you're given. And as far as the homes that were built or that are at Brett and Ryan, the original proposal for that land when they cleared it some 30 some odd years ago, because we've been in this house for 38 years and in the village for 49. Those were supposed to be about 60 townhomes. And that was defeated because the density was too much. Well, let's add the 25 units here, the 300 units at International Plaza, and when all three projects are done, 900 units at Arlington and Algonquin Road. You're not going to be able to get through that area. We've got enough buildings like that. And as far as the Hart's Place shooting, you do realize that on one side of Hart's Place, there is a daycare. Can you imagine what would happen if a bullet went, where they were shooting on the street and it went there? I'm not saying anything. Plus, we as neighbors are being vilified in the newspaper for saying we hate disabled people. We're heartless. My husband has got disability due to Agent Orange. I'm disabled because I've had multiple surgeries. In our neighborhood, you'll see people walking with walkers, wheelchairs being pushed around.
Anna, you're going to have to finish your thought, please.
No, that's pretty much it, but I don't like to be vilified for something that I'm not.
All right, thank you. Next is Mary Hahn, and then Brian Harrison.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for having me. My name is Mary Hahn. I live at 1103 North Mitchell Avenue here in Arlington Heights. I've lived in Arlington Heights my whole life, except when I went away to college. As soon as we had our first child, we were back here right away because Arlington Heights, as you know, has wonderful schools and parks and libraries, and my parents lived here, and babies don't come with instructions. So I'm asking you to vote yes on Grace Terrace, and here's why. Families of disabled should be able to easily visit their loved ones. So when a young adult in our family was diagnosed with a very debilitating condition at 11 years old, she had to go live in Chicago, really far away, and we could only visit her on the weekends, which is pretty bad when you have a young person like that needs your support. And when she needed help right away, there was no way for us to get to her quickly. It was just far away. Number two, and I just want to say one thing. She is disabled, but she's not a criminal. She doesn't have a gun. She doesn't do drugs, only the ones she needs to take. It kind of breaks my heart when I hear people say that disabled people are going to bring crime to their neighborhood. This person is probably the most kind, empathetic person you would ever want to meet. No one chooses to be disabled, and it can happen to anyone here tonight in this room, and your vote tonight would help move forward a home that maybe you or someone in your family would need someday. You can choose to help to make their lives and their family lives much better through your vote in favor of Grace Terrace. Our veterans, especially the disabled ones, deserve the very best that Arlington Heights can offer, safe and supportive housing. Let's live the values that we so beautifully commemorate on Memorial Day here in Arlington Heights each and every year with a parade and a gathering at the park. Finally, we want to be remembered by future generations as a generation that did their very best to help vulnerable neighbors, especially veterans. We are a village that cares for the vulnerable. We have grown in population and empathy over the years, and I think we have changed for the better. We need to keep growing and changing and striving and challenging ourselves to be better neighbors. And here's a true short story that I want to share from you about my family. When my family moved here from Chicago back in the late 1940s, they bought a piece of property on North Kennecott. And they did this so they could have a place for the kids. My family at that time, there was only 3 of us. We did eventually grow to 9. They wanted a place for the family, the kids to play. But the salesperson told my parents, and this is in the 1940s, don't worry, Mr. and Mrs. Hahn, you will never have to live next door to a Jew or a black person if you buy here. That's apparently in Arlington Heights at that time, we would not allow Jews or blacks to own property here. And maybe it was just certain neighborhoods, I don't know. This is just what my father told me. But we're better than that now. We don't want to go back and be exclusive.
You'd have to finish your thought, Mary.
Okay. But basically, that's all I wanted to say, and I just want you to think about disabled people just like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Harrison, and then Kathy Scortino.
My name is Brian Harrison. I live at 215 West Minor Street in Arlington Heights. These are low-income housing apartments or supporting apartments. I have lived here 6 years, and my independence is extremely better. I can go to Jewel, go to the train, go to any restaurant in downtown Arlington Heights. I can take the 88 paratransit bus anywhere in the suburbs. They do provide door-to-door service. I can take Dollar Ride, Pace Bus anywhere in Arlington Heights, Mount Prospect, and Rolling Meadows. They also provide door-to-door service. Wheeling Township Pace also provides door-to-door service for Arlington Heights, Mount Prospect, and some of Rolling Meadows. The residents of Grace Terrace will have the independence that I value. The opposition is lumping people with disabilities, veterans, and people with intellects all together. There are no peer review articles saying people with disabilities, veterans, and people with intellectual disabilities are criminals, crime, and falling home values. Crime can happen anywhere. We are talking about one incident. If there were several incidents, we would have a problem. But one darn incident. I have lived at Gogeki Apartments for 6 years, and there has been no shootings at my apartment or near my apartment. Every neighborhood has bad apples. The opposition could have criminals in the neighborhood and not even know about it. 15 parking spaces are necessarily because people with disabilities do drive. 3 stories is appropriate because people with disabilities and disability veterans need a place to live. Asset managers of low-income housing and permanent supporting houses work Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. We police ourselves and the other residents. If there's a major issue, we tell the asset manager, but there hasn't been one. Trustees, if this is voted down, I'm afraid this issue will be swept under the rug and not see the light of the day for a long time. And we need more low-income housing in Arlington Heights, especially for people in wheelchairs like myself.
Okay, Brian, you're going to have to finish.
Especially disabled veterans who have fought for our country to be free. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming. Next is Kathy Scortino, and then Seth Goldberg.
Good evening. You asked us not to repeat, if possible, so I'm merely going to say that I concur with what Mary and Brian have said, and I urge you to vote yes for Grace Terrace.
All right, thanks,
Thank you.
Kathy. Next is Seth Goldberg, and then Maria Zeller-Brower.
I'm going to try and do this since I didn't write anything down because I wanted to just speak from the heart and what I feel like. Good evening, board, mayor, the village, staff. This is a much needed housing in our community. I Googled and I looked up, only
Back up just a minute.
26% of people with disabilities are the victims of the crimes, not the suspects of the crimes. And like Brian said, there was only one shooting in Hart's Place, and that was in 2023, I believe it was. There hasn't been anything since then. And for the people that are saying no, I respect your opinions. But when you say that you are for people with disabilities, you are not for people with disabilities. Our community is supposed to be a village of good neighbors and respectful. And for somebody that also asked if anyone would want this in their town or in their neighborhood, my question is yes, I for sure do, and I know my neighbors would definitely say yes. There is not enough supportive housing for people with disabilities or veterans with disabilities. And if this is voted down, when is the next time we're going to see a project like this? So please, please vote yes for a 3-story building. Vote yes for the ordinance changing. And I would like to leave this one thing. If anybody would understand what I go through every single day, be thankful that you or somebody that you know doesn't have a disability, because I can guarantee you that your opinions and your feelings about this will be totally different. Because a lot of people with disabilities need a place to live, wants to be included, and be able to be part of this community. And I promise you, by having this building, it would change the many lives of people with all different disabilities and military veterans with disabilities. So again, please vote yes, a big Y-E-S, yes.
Okay, thanks, Seth. Next is Maria Zeller-Brower, and then Cleo Nicolle. Hi, Maria.
Mayor Hayes, village trustees, I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to be able to come tonight to speak in support of Grace Terrace. My name is Maria Zeller-Brower, and I'm a 10-year resident of Arlington Heights. I came before many of you in 2021 as a member of Shelter Inc. staff working to secure a special use permit to operate our transitional living program in the Ivy Hill neighborhood. This residential program housed young men between the ages of 18 and 21 who were aging out of the foster care program. And without this program, they would have otherwise been homeless. Not surprisingly, neighbors brought to you many questions and concerns. Will my property values decrease? Will traffic increase? Will noise and parking be an issue? Will me, my family, and my neighbors be safe from harm? After much deliberation, Mayor Hayes and the village trustees at that time, against the opinion of the Planning Commission, voted unanimously in support of Shelter's transitional living program. And the home has been running successfully since that time. Property values did not drop. Traffic, noise, and parking did not increase. And most importantly, the Ivy Hill neighborhood where I live remains safe for its residents. In fact, some of the neighbors who were so staunchly against the program later realized that this home was a benefit to their community, and they bring dinner to the residents and their staff on a regular basis. So I'm here today to affirm that affordable housing for vulnerable populations, including veterans and people with disabilities, who will reside at Grace Terrace, will not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I urge you to vote in support of Grace Terrace. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Next is Cleo Nicolle, and then David Kostich.
Good evening, trustees and mayor. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Cleo Nicolle. I'm a 30-year resident of Arlington Heights. I'm also a member of St. Simon's Episcopal Church in Arlington Heights. Please consider rezoning the property to institutional, and please consider directing the petitioners to develop detailed plans for their two-story development. My Christian faith informs me that as a community, we have a responsibility to welcome newcomers. We need to consider all spectrums of society as we plan housing in Arlington Heights. Please listen to the voices of your constituents when we say we want affordable housing. We need to work with developers and the Housing Task Force. Thank you.
Thanks, Cleo. Sorry, I mispronounced your last name. Next is David Kostich, and then Joanna Kostich.
Hi, my name is David Kostich. I live 2 blocks away from the proposed full circle development. I built my house in Arlington Heights 16 years ago and had it conform with all your zoning, building issues. I tried to get different variations, but I was not able to. Full Circle bought this property and they knew what it was and they can't change things. Now they're trying to slip it through somehow. That's not right. Full Circle has not been a good neighbor, ignoring our questions and requests that we've been giving them. They're using these changes in zoning for use, building height, parking, remaining lots. It's a residential area with property owned by their owners, residentials. There are no apartment rentals in the area. Full Circle doesn't vet their occupants very well based on their properties that are existing. As a resident of the neighborhood, I ask that you do not approve the Grace Terrace project or any other apartment buildings there. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next is Joanna Kostich, and then Philip Gaifa.
I am opposed to Grace Terrace. My husband and I have lived in the Arlington Heights neighborhood for 16 years. We worked hard and saved our entire lives so that we could purchase the property we now live in. Contrary to what Full Circle wants us to believe, the building of Grace Terrace will lower our property values. As senior citizens, we cannot afford this. Typically, residents of apartments do not take care of the property as well as owners do because they have no investment in the property. This is a neighborhood of single-family homes. Please keep it that way. The property is zoned for a 1-story medical building, as are all the surrounding properties. Please do not change that zoning. keep the one-story aesthetic that presently exists. As a resident of the neighborhood, I ask that you do not approve of the Grace Terrace project. I am opposed to that apartment building. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Philip Gaifa and then Janice Ferris.
My name is Philip Geyer, G-E-I-E-R, and I've been a 32-year resident of Arlington Heights. I have heard the opponents of the project say that we support disabled people and mentally ill people, yet they have continuously used fear, raising fear and prejudice and against those people and against the developer. I see that as hypocrisy. I have no other way of seeing it. So I vote for the project and for honesty on the part of the opponents.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next is Janice Ferris and then Jean Wood. You're coming up. Jean Wood and then Bill Manganero.
Good evening, members of the Village Board. My name is Jean Wood, and I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. I'm a member of the Faith and Action team at First United Methodist Church of Arlington Heights. Our church is a part of an interfaith cluster of religious organizations committed to social justice issues. I have personally been involved in social justice since my years at Yale Divinity School during the 60s, with unrest over the civil rights. Housing insecurity for those who are low income and have disabling conditions is a top priority for our cluster. Many of us have been attending village board meetings about Grace Terrace, as well as an informational meeting at the library sponsored by Full Circle, the prospective developer for Grace Terrace. I wish to quote from an article in the Guest View written by Arlen Gould in the August 12th issue of the Daily Herald. Quote, Full Circle is a leading developer of supportive housing. Full Circle now owns more than 1,000 units in 3 states, with another 1,000 approved under construction, unquote. If you've not read the article, I recommend that you do so to understand the scope of his understanding of the history of the dearth of housing in Illinois for those with disabilities. Full Circle properties have not caused an increase in local taxes or decrease in property values for neighbors. The neighbors say they do not object to housing for people with disabilities, just not in my backyard. Full Circle has done due diligence in seeking a site. 3 were proposed. 1 site was sold to another buyer. 1 site was not appropriate. The current site was the only other option. It has remained vacant for years because of water retention problems. I know that you have been inundated with various methods of communication from the neighbors who want you to deny this project. Some of their arguments may be specious, deriving from their fears of what will happen to their property values or to their families. I have a sister who was diagnosed with schizophrenia as an adolescent. It was a very difficult time for our family. Eventually, she moved into supportive housing. It has been 3 decades. She found it to be a loving community and has received therapy and medication for her condition. There's never been a problem with drugs or violence on that site. My mom and dad could pass away in peace, knowing that she had a safe place to live. Military veterans are given preference in this project. If the project is denied, you may have to look into the eyes of an unhoused veteran who served us all and became disabled while in service, or later suffered from PTSD or Agent Orange. I urge you to vote yes on Grace Terrace. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Next is Bill Manganero and then Rosemary Walter.
Thank you. I'm Bill Manganero. I live about 3 blocks south of here on Bristol Lane.
I appreciate the opportunity to get to speak with you tonight, and thanks for staying up late with us. I came here to support, and I still prefer the three-story proposal. I, however, think that Trustee Schwingbeck's motion, I can support. It makes sense. It's got a hallmark of a great compromise. We can push the project forward and no one will be happy. I really believe that, Mayor Hayes, I listened to what you said earlier about this is about zoning. So I've been listening to the part about zoning. And if I heard correctly, the memory care facility failed repeatedly to be developed as an OT, successfully developed as an institutional property. We've got the same thing going on with the subject property, where it has repeatedly failed to be developed as an OT. We have a property owner that's willing and able to develop it, and we have a need. If this is about zoning, it seems to be a pretty straightforward decision, but it's kind of not. When it comes to safety, we've heard from Mr. Perkins, the voice that I care about is that of Police Chief Pecori's team, who have not identified issues. They're the ones that we pay to make these assessments. They're the ones that will have to put their lives on the line in responding should something occur. They're the voices I want to listen to. Lastly, we're hearing that folks who live close believe their voices should be the loudest, despite being a very small percentage of our overall community. And I agree with Trustee Dunnington. This is something we need to look forward and meet the needs for housing of our entire community, looking into the future. The people who are going to be most impacted by this are the disabled individuals, at least some of them veterans, who want nothing more than to make their homes in Arlington Heights. I urge you to vote in favor of moving this project forward. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Manganero. Next is Rosemary Walter, and then Z. McGrath. Is Rosemary here? Or let's go to Z. McGrath. We'll see if Rosemary comes up. There we go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe McGrath. Thank you so much for listening to us tonight. So I believe that every person deserves a safe place to live. As a community, it's our job to look out for one another. As Coretta Scott King once said, the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Can we really consider Arlington Heights to be a village of good neighbors if we are not compassionate to our neighbors with disabilities and neighbors who are veterans? I urge the Arlington Heights Board to vote yes on this proposal for Grace Terrace. There is a clear and important need for Grace Terrace. And to the folks who say you are not anti-veteran or anti-folks with disabilities, I just want to remind you that actions speak louder than words. And for the record, while I don't currently live directly next to the property, I would happily be next door neighbors with the Grace Terrace property. And I once again urge you, as the Arlington Heights Board, to please vote yes on this proposal and show that you truly value our veterans and value people with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, Zoe, thank you. Sorry I mispronounced your, well, I read what I thought was on the card. So my fault. Robin Paul is next, and then Tracy Sherva.
Thank you, Board, for having us and hearing our opinions. I support the three-story Grace Terrace project, and I see a proposal for a two-story project that's sort of kicking the can down the road. We've been talking about this for a long time. I have lived in the village for 40 years. I just want to say when I first moved here, many people were knocking on my door because there was this new development coming, and it was going to ruin the neighborhood, and it's going to bring property values down, and it was Luther Village. So we have a fear, I think, of change. And we see that Luther Village has been a great addition to our community. I was out the other day. I'm going to talk about a good restaurant to go to here in Arlington Heights, Nastamo, I think. It's the new Greek restaurant. But I was particularly interested because when I walked outside, I took a good look at a 3-story affordable housing unit called Crescent Place. It is beautiful. I hope that you all can see that. I think a fear that people have is that this property is going to be run down. There was a lot of anger and upset, I know, when that property was going through the approval process, but I have not, and I'm a good reader of the newspaper, I've not read any complaints or issues with that place. I could be wrong, but that's that. Part of my reading the newspaper is I want to shout out to Full Circle Communities because the village of Glen Ellen just went out and hired them to change a hotel to affordable housing. They had many choices, and they chose this company because it's a reputable company for development. Finally, in my neighborhood, when I moved in, it was all single-family homes. Now I have a group home in my neighborhood, and it's awesome. I think that just by being around people, understanding what it would be like to live with a disability expands all of our knowledge and all of our empathy. And I greatly support Grace Terrace. That's
Okay, thanks for having. Next is Tracy Sherva, and then Christina Crucius.
Hi, I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest. I've never done this before. And I'm going to talk about a little personal stuff. So I live in Arlington Heights. I've been here for 40 years. I'm a board member of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, where I facilitate a support group for parents who have kids of any age with mental health conditions. I'm also the parent of an adult son who has a very serious mental health issue. And I'll be very honest with you, that issue came out of nowhere. And I'll tell you a little bit about my boy. He's very quiet, he's very talented, he's very bright, but he's also very ill and he's disabled. Fortunately, after a 6-month wait list, he got into a supportive housing building similar to Grace Terrace, and that was a game changer for him. He has steady employment. He's auditing classes at a university. And most importantly, he has friends. And also, most importantly, from a selfish standpoint for me, I feel so safe that he has a safe place to live. And that when something happens to me, he has an apartment. He has his own place. He is so proud of that. And I am so proud of you guys for considering this for our community. I will tell you from a NAMI perspective, and also I'm also on the Archdiocese Commission on Mental Illness, I hear over and over again from parents who are worried about their disabled children as to what's going to happen to them when they die. Places like this provide hope. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tracy. Next is Christina Crucius, and then Daniel Crucius.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. My name is Christina Crucius. I'm a 30-year resident, and I live at 204 North Patton. I'm asking you to vote yes on this Grace Terrace proposal, preferably the 3-story version, so we can keep this project moving forward. It would also allow us to be the best stewards of the land, our time, and money. After reviewing the updated plans, I think the developer has thoughtfully considered and addressed feedback raised by nearby residents and as well as trustees from the December meeting. If you were on the fence before, I hope that these changes make it easier for you to vote in favor. I care about this project based on my connections to the disability community through friends, family, students, and my own personal experiences living with disabilities. By the way, one of those is mental health related. Thank you to the no presenters for openly stigmatizing us and confirming what I suspected was behind your opposition all along. I see a great need for this type of housing and supportive services. I've seen time and again how people with disabilities can thrive and be their best selves when given the supports that they need. This includes my special education students who have significant mental health related disabilities. This project has this type of life-changing potential for its future residents, and I would be thrilled to welcome it to our community. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if I were presented with the opportunity to have a similar development in my neighborhood, I would say yes, absolutely in my backyard. There is so much beauty in being surrounded by people with diverse backgrounds and perspectives. What an amazing opportunity to learn, grow, and support one another. And yes, if I had kids, I would love them to have this experience too. I want to live in a community that strives to live into its priorities of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to live in a community where we break down barriers for people with disabilities and veterans. I want to live in a community where good neighbors is more than just a motto. It's the way we support one another, particularly the most vulnerable in our midst. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Christina. Next is Daniel Crusius. And then Patricia Crusius.
Hello, members of the Arlington Heights Village Board. My name is Daniel Crusius, 204 North Patton Avenue, and I am a lifelong 28-year resident of Arlington Heights. I thank all the members for their due diligence on this issue, and I respect all of the views of the community. I am proud to be a person with a disability, specifically autism, and I am urging the board to approve the Grace Terrace Supportive Affordable Housing Project for veterans and people with disabilities. Arlington Heights is a good place to live because its people are kind, welcoming, and inclusive, and our schools are excellent because it has strong services for people with disabilities. I am urging the board to do the same. People with disabilities are dynamic, productive members of society who make the world a better place, who just need a little help to thrive. Contrary to what we may have heard tonight, we are not more likely to be criminals than our fellow neighbors. We will not increase the crime rate. We will make our community stronger, and we will make good neighbors. I also would like to thank the petitioners for believing in the promise of Arlington Heights and investing in our community. They have listened to feedback and have made adaptations to their initial plans, and they will be good neighbors and good partners with the Village of Arlington Heights. I would also like to thank every veteran who has honorably served their country, and I know Arlington Heights has a great opportunity to thank and honor veterans by approving this project. Some people you hear tonight may claim that they don't have an issue with people with disabilities, but don't like the location, which I respect, but this makes no sense. If they don't have an issue with people with disabilities, why don't they want us living by them? We will be good neighbors, and I hope this goodwill will be reciprocated. In the spirit of Mr. Rogers, who was a neighbor to people with disabilities, and in the spirit of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who fought housing discrimination in the Chicagoland area, I hope the Village of Arlington Heights chooses love and votes to support Grace Terrace, preferably with 3 stories, to help build a beloved community here in Arlington Heights. Won't you please, won't you be my neighbor?
All right. Thanks, Daniel. Next is Patricia Crusius. You've got a tough act to follow.
Thank you for allowing us to speak in front of you. I'm not usually a public speaker. I just want to say I've been in town my whole life, more or less, and I've been a homeowner for almost 37 years, and I'm in favor of Grace Terrace, and for a lot of the same reasons that you've heard. I want us to be a friendly, welcoming community, and we need to increase permanent supportive housing. It's different than an apartment where people come and go. These people will be our neighbors for a long time, and I think that makes a difference. I think there's really nothing wrong with people with disabilities. They make great neighbors and friends, and I have a concern because my children might need this kind of housing someday. I don't know. But nevertheless, I think we can all get along, and I think this will be a good project, and a 3-story one would be preferred, in my view. So I don't want to take extra time. I just kind of forgot all the stuff I wrote down here. So, but we all love our community, and I think it's great to open it up to especially veterans and people with disabilities who have a harder experience, and would appreciate this opportunity. It would change their life. So thank you for considering, and please vote yes.
Thanks, Patricia. Next is Gabriel Nagy, and then Lori Granawi.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Trustees and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for considering the proposal. My name is Gabriel Nagy. I am a proud father of second lieutenant right now in the Air Force. I want to be proud when he comes back in whatever condition to tell him welcome and thank you for your service. And we are here to help you. Thank you for considering the proposal for the rezoning and the 3 stories. As an architect, I think that's a better use of the land. 3-story permanent supportive housing facility to accommodate individuals with disabilities and specifically target local veterans. This project is not just about building a structure. It is about creating a community that upholds the values enshrined in our Constitution, the right to live, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for every individual. Our veterans have made tremendous sacrifices for our country, and we must ensure that they have access to stable housing and the support services they need to thrive. This facility will provide more than just a roof over their heads. It will offer a foundation for rebuilding lives, fostering dignity, and ensuring no veteran is left behind. The need for this facility is critical. Many veterans and individuals with disabilities face significant barriers to stable housing, including economic challenges and the lack of accessible services. By creating a supportive environment where housing is paired with essential services, such as job training and social support, we can address those barriers holistically and offering residents a better chance to rebuild their lives. But this project is also about something larger. It's about justice. As our understanding of justice evolves, we recognize that it must include everyone, particularly those who have been marginalized and sometimes criminalized. Providing this housing facility is a tangible way to honor the individual rights guaranteed in our Constitution, ensuring that all members of our community, regardless of their circumstances, have the opportunity to live with dignity and respect. This facility will not only provide much-needed houses, it will be a beacon of our commitment to justice and equity. It is a declaration that in our community of Arlington Heights, we support our veterans, honor the rights of individuals with disabilities, and strive to create a society where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. Your support to this project is not just an investment in bricks and mortar. It's an investment in the values that define us as a community and as a nation.
All right, thanks, Gabriel. Next is Lori Granawi, and then Larry Kuhn.
Hi. My name is Lori Granawi. I am a resident of Arlington Heights. I'm also the parent of a child with a serious mental health condition, and I'm the co-president of the Housing Task Force. I am here to ask you to approve Grace Terrace, preferably the 3-story, but if 2-story works, then that would be great too. Since you asked about the Housing Task Force, let me tell you a little bit about who we are. Housing Task Force is a 501c3, a charitable organization. It was originally created by parents of NAMI members, National Alliance on Mental Illness. And it was parents that were sitting around kitchen tables saying, what are we going to do when, as we're getting older, we need a place for our kids to live? It's since grown, and there's a number of individuals that are involved with this, but we all have loved ones and friends and family that we know need some type of extra help to be able to live independently. All of us want the same things as everyone here. We're all concerned about safety. This is our kids, our loved ones that are going to live here. We don't want them to be anywhere that's not safe. I'm really grateful that Full Circle does as much background checks as they can. There's legal limitations on what they can do, and they're restricted by that. Tenants have rights. Some of the questions that the neighbors asked, they couldn't legally give that information. It's not that they didn't want to answer questions. They answered more than 120 questions that were submitted by the neighbors. I mean, they were trying to answer people's questions. And I'm really sorry if not everyone is satisfied, and clearly they're not. Permanent supportive housing has really proven to be an effective way to allow all of our family members to live as independently as possible while giving them all that support that they need. The Housing Task Force was actually the ones that found this site. We went to the village and talked to them and said, what sites would you suggest? They came up with 3, and this is the one that was left. After that, we went to Full Circle because of their reputation, because they have such a good reputation in the community for doing this so well. And we wanted the best for our kids. So I'm just about out of time. I know you've heard a lot of this before. I would just close by saying that this isn't just affordable housing. I mean, I realize Arlington Heights is really trying to do a good job with affordable housing, and I appreciate that. But we did a survey. There's a need for more than 973 units of permanent supportive housing. And there really aren't places to put this. So I'm asking you to please approve. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Lori. Next
one more thing. I've got petitions that a lot of individuals in this community have signed that I'd like to give.
Yeah,
just
please.
to show you there's a lot of support.
Okay, thanks, Lori. Next is Larry. Is it Kuhn or Keen?
Keen.
Keen, okay.
Everybody says Kuhn, though.
All right.
I'll make
all
mine
right.
brief.
And then Warren Newhouser.
Yeah, I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. I live just a few blocks here. I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran, and I just support this. I just wanted to say I support this project. I thought Wendy gave a great presentation. I really support her position on that. I thought that was outstanding, and that's really all I got to say.
Thank you for your service, and thank you. See, military guys know how to be brief and concise, so I appreciate that. All right, Warren Newhouser, and then Madeline McCarran.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes and the village trustees. Warren Newhouser, 20-year resident, Arlington Heights. I just wanted to share, I have a daughter, adult daughter with IDD, intellectual and developmental disability. She grew up here. We went to Riley, Poe, London, graduated Buffalo Grove, went into Harper for a little bit. She works at Jerry's Cafe and Harper. And we're working with her case manager at Community Alternatives Unlimited. They're designated by Illinois DHS to map out her future, as my wife Linda and I are not going to be around forever. So we are working on her future. We know the housing situation is tight. They've told us that. But the only thing that I wanted to share as a dad is just the number one thing that keeps us up at night is, will there be a safe place for my daughter when we're not able to take care of her? She's 30 years old. She would appear as a very low IQ, like borderline mental retardation. So the safety of will there be a place is the number one issue right now. So that's all I wanted to say. I thank you for your tackling this very difficult issue. And I do want to acknowledge the no's in the room. I hear what you're saying. I hear your fears. I hear your anxiety about this and the crime and all that. I just wanted to acknowledge that. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Newhouser. Then Madeline McCarron and then Laura Fry.
Hello, my name is Madeline McCarron. I'm a 37-year resident of Arlington Heights, and I just want to speak briefly to the crime statistics because I'm a statistician. So, the numbers that were presented in terms of the crimes that have been committed in Carroll Stream, they're sobering for sure. But you need a rate, and so they only gave us, some cases, and we need to know a rate is a numerator and a denominator and a time period. So we need to know, you all will need to know the number of cases, what's the size of the underlying population, and what was the time period. And then you'd have a crime rate. And then we would need to compare it to something comparable, like what's the crime rate in that neighborhood for a similar period of time, to put it in context. So numbers can be very scary when they're taken out of context, but they make more sense when you turn them into proper rates and get proper comparison groups. So you've got a job ahead of you. You're hearing some very different, very impassioned pleas, and I just want to put out a plea for get some proper data. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Madeline. Next is Laura Fry and then Philip Dukes. Laura left. Okay. Philip Dukes and then Richard Wetzel.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Village Board. Residents of Arlington Heights, my name is Phil Dukes. I'm a homeowner just 4 blocks away from this property, and I'm here to voice my support for Grace Terrace. I'm a fiscal conservative, so I was initially pretty skeptical of this property, but those concerns were quickly laid to rest when I learned that the tenants are responsible for their own living expenses. The funding is already secured, and it's going to bring $50,000 of tax revenue to Arlington Heights. When you compare that to the vacant lot that's just been there for nearly a decade now, needless to say, those fiscal concerns were laid to rest pretty quickly. I've heard a lot of argument that this will lower property values or bring crime. As a veteran and as a friend of disabled persons, I'm a little perplexed by that, and I actually take offense to it because Ms. Ray's laid out some pretty good points with her PowerPoint, but there is no data suggesting that disabled veterans commit higher crimes than the general population. There's no data suggesting that veterans or disabled people commit crimes or bring reduced property values. There's no data suggesting that. And I think we should take a step back and see that this will greatly, greatly help some people who already have ties to this community. And this is a good organization with a good reputation, and they're addressing a need that's a pretty loud concern in this community. And since I moved here, I've been under the impression that Arlington Heights is welcoming to veterans and that Arlington Heights is supportive of vulnerable communities. I'm telling you guys, this is an opportunity to prove it, because, this is not going to solve the great economic housing crisis that's plaguing the nation, but this will help people here. And I'm not willing to tell them, I don't know about you, but I'm not willing to tell them that you're not welcome. Even though with a background check, even though this is financially viable, even though this will greatly help you at no cost to us, you're not welcome here. I'm not willing to tell them that. I'm really inspired by all the people who are here so late on a Monday morning when we could all be doing other things, but we're here trying to help someone, even though we don't have to. I hope you will pass this, and I hope this will get built, and I hope there will be volunteer opportunities so I can come over and help my new neighbors.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil, and thank you for your service as well. Next is Richard Wetzel and then Don Caulfold. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong.
Good evening, Mayor Hayes and esteemed board, Village Board members. My name's Richard Wetzel. I live within a block of the proposed development. I've been a resident, I've lived there for 25 years. And I just want to reiterate that this is a neighborhood that we live in. As Zoning Commissioner Sherwin stated, he had some major issues with the density factor, and he found it was totally inappropriate for it to be located there. A couple of blocks south on Arlington Heights Road, he felt that that would be much more appropriate. Once again, this is a neighborhood. I enjoy walking around this area. I walk a lot during the day. I have dogs. I see numerous people with disabilities. The Section 8 housing that's over right off the park, just down the street from us. No qualms with that. I don't think any of us who are in opposition to it are against veterans, against those with disabilities. Many of my neighbors are veterans and have disabilities. That's not the issue. Nobody's vilifying. We're the ones, I think, who are being vilified. Whereas the real issue that we have is the vetting process of the people that Full Circle has admitted to their other facilities, those with felon records and so forth. We all agree affordable housing is great and is needed. Arlington Heights is meeting those goals. Sure, we'd like to be higher. However, the point is, this is a neighborhood, and I think there should probably be a better location directly south of us, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Wetzel. Next is Don Kaufhold. All right. And then Helen Barcham.
Hello, all. Thanks for listening to me. My name is Don Kaufhold. I live on Lincoln Lane in Arlington Market here in Arlington Heights. So we've been there about 9 years, and I just want to say that Arlington Heights and the northwest suburbs are a great place to raise a disabled child. I have a 41-year-old son who's disabled, born with many disabilities, and the nature of his disabilities are such that he requires a pretty regular attention or support from a caregiver. So his mom and I play that role. We're his caregivers as well as his parents, and he lives at home with us. And as I said, you know, here in the northwest suburbs, here in Arlington Heights, just top-notch education and really big-time special education as well. It's been wonderful. You know, highest quality medical care you can get, you know, emergency response right there at the drop of a dime. It's tremendous. And also just the opportunity for kids with disabilities to socialize in this broader community. There's all kinds of opportunities with, you know, Northwest Special Recreation Association, all that stuff, because the big thing you want for a child with disabilities is to realize their full potential as a human being. And so that's all here. But this housing thing is getting to be a bigger and bigger issue. We're very fortunate. We have enough money. We're able to take care of our 41-year-old adult special needs son at home. But a lot of people don't have that opportunity to do that. Plus, if kids have, or they're not kids anymore, I'm an old guy, so I talk about a 40-year-old as a kid. I remember when I was 21, I talked about 35-year-olds as old guys. It's a weird deal. But, you know, the people he's grown up with in his community, they're now adults. And he's good friends with people with many disabilities. And I've seen firsthand that the young men and women who have disabilities go to an affordable supportive housing unit to live independently from their parents and become adults and work and shop and socialize and be, you know, the best they can possibly be. I mean, it's a wonderful thing. But that's really why I'm here to talk about my support for Grace Terrace, because we need more affordable supportive housing in this community. We have units in the town now, but it's like a 2.5 year wait list if you want to go and try to live in one of those places. So we really do need that, and it's important. And I certainly, I mean, the numbers I'm hearing tonight are, you know, scaring the hell out of me. I understand the fear of crime, the fear of, you know, declining property values. I don't know if it's again, I don't think disabled people are more criminal than any other people. Over at Arlington Market, I live just a couple hundred feet from, 4 3-story apartment buildings. Our property values have risen since I bought here. I've had no problem with crime, so I don't know how to measure all that, but we're such a wonderful community here in Arlington Heights right now, present day, because our leadership made courageous decisions, looked forward, progressive, and those are great values, and values of diversity, inclusion, love of neighbor. Those are all great values that we've exhibited throughout the history of Arlington Heights, and I hope we continue to do that. And as you guys consider the fate of Grace Terrace, you'll lean into those values.
All right, thanks, Don. Next is Helen Bartram and then Mary Malzensky.
Good evening. My name is Helen Bartram. I live at 8 West Emerson, which is about 200 feet from the proposed site. I've lived here for 14 years, lived at 8 West Emerson for 2 years. I'm a single mother of 2 boys, and I've been a real estate attorney for 19 years. I've done a lot of closings in Arlington Heights. People always ask me, my clients, where do you live? I say Arlington Heights. They're like, it's a great place. I said, yes, it's quiet. It's a safe neighborhood. I actually had a closing last week where my clients bought at 1521 North Arlington Heights Road, which faces the medical buildings. And I was thinking about this whole full circle thing. And when you think about it, from Golf and Arlington Heights up until you get to right before Palatine Road, it's all buildings, medical buildings, businesses that run 9 to 5. That keeps our neighborhood safe, quiet. I know some people are saying that Arlington Heights Road is busy. It may be busy during the day, but I leave my windows open at night. It's dead silent. My kids play outside. It's a quiet neighborhood. People on the opposing, or people for this development, are calling us names, saying we're discriminating and all of that. I have disabled clients that I've represented, veterans that I've represented. There's Section 8 housing, there's VA loans, veterans don't pay property taxes. There's many other programs that can help people live in a house. It does not have to be this type of a building in an area where, like I said, it's all zoned for a certain type of zoning. We also, I want to counter where everyone's saying, oh, you guys are saying vets and disabled people are criminals. We are not saying that. At the last meeting, when we asked Full Circle, the commissioner asked Full Circle, what's the percentage of vets and disabled people in your building? They had said 10% in one building, 25 in another, 35 in another, and 17 in another. Today I wrote down again when we went through it, or they went through it, and the percentages changed to 100% in one building, 39% in one building, 31% in another, and 42%. So which number is correct? And of those numbers that are the veterans and the disabled people, we're not saying they're the ones that are going to do the crime. We're worried about the other percentage, which is the bigger percentage that's not a veteran or disabled person. So I wanted to clarify that.
They're all going to be disabled.
Well, that's what they're proposing, and they propose that in their other buildings, but then the other buildings, the percentages were not what they were supposed to be. So how are we guaranteed?
They've assured us that it'll be 100% disabled residents, correct? There's no dispute about that, right?
Correct. 100% of the units will be set aside for persons with a disability. We have not done that at any of our prior properties.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could clarify, in the petitioner could correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 100% of the units have to have an individual with a disability. It's not 100% of the residents, because there could be family members.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's
you're
a very
right.
good clarification. Thank you.
Staying here.
You're right.
So
You're right.
so that's the point. It's not going to be 100% vet and disabled. There will be other people there, and that's what we don't have control over. And so that's the entire point of this.
Finish your thought, if you would.
And then my last point is, one of the neighbors had a father who was a police officer, one of my neighbors, and he was shot and killed by a veteran who had PTSD. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but that could happen as well. And that's all I'd like to say, so I'm against it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Helen. Next is Mary Malzensky. and then George Motto.
Good evening. I moved to Arlington Heights in July of '75 and am a resident for 49 years. I live across from the property off Pickwick, walking distance to this location. As you've seen on the aerial map, there are residential homes around the property. Many residents would see the building from their backyards, patios, and windows. You have heard the fact-based data presented by my neighbors on Full Circle and the issues on their current management and properties. The Full Circle goal is a good one, but this is the wrong place for this facility. It's too close to us. I live here. I fear for my safety. I'm not confident in the background checks that will be done. I believe people will have criminal backgrounds, and there will be a decrease in my home. And there used to be single-family residential homes along this stretch of Arlington Heights when I moved here. And they've been knocked down, the zoning changed to office, and now they want to change it to institution. I live here. Please do not approve, vote no on this zoning change to I do not have, I believe the Grace Terrace tenant selection plan would consider eligible tenants that have criminal backgrounds. And I'm concerned, I don't think this is the right location. They should find another location. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mary. Next is George Motto, and then Sue Lowell-Bach.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm George Motto. I lived in Arlington Heights for 48 years, and you can see by my late submission, I hadn't really planned to say anything. But I've been waiting. I thought this was a good idea. Yes, it was the right thing to do. And through all the meetings, I've been waiting to be convinced that it wasn't. And except for some ghosts and chimera and what I was afraid of, fear, this is in contention. Now, I think there are several things we know to be a fact. We don't have enough affordable housing for anybody, let alone disabled people in Arlington Heights or in the country, as a matter of fact. Disabled people are not going anywhere. They're going to be with us. And we have an obligation to make sure that everyone has a place to live. So I still think and believe that this is the right thing to do. Now, what we need to get out of this morass that we're in, we need not just governance, because if you govern, you follow zoning laws, you say this is the law, this is that. What we need is vision. We need leaders to help bring together these various points of view. Because no matter what you decide here tonight, we're going to walk out of here still needing affordable housing. Disabled people are not going to go away. People need a place to live. So we can start here by some visionary leadership, which I guess I'm asking you to do, or we can start the discussion and then move things down the line. But I think that's where we are. Nothing I heard tonight, as I say, the ghosts, the chimeras, the crime, people are getting shot, they're not getting shot, there's this, there's that. You know, people are presenting things that I don't know if they're fact. But anyway, you have to make the decision. And I think we need less governance and more vision. Thank you.
All right, thanks, George. Next is Sue Lowellbach and then Robert O'Neill.
Good evening. I'm Sue Lowellbach. I work at Connections for the Homeless, which provides housing services for more than 4,000 people a year throughout North Suburban Cook County, including Arlington Heights. I'm also a facilitator of a new group called the Northwest Alliance for Housing Affordability, and it includes nonprofits, communities of faith, and concerned citizens from the Northwest suburbs. This coalition formed because the lack of housing affordability is not just a municipal issue, it's a regional one. People who are struggling with housing here have little chance of finding something in the nearby suburbs. And those who can provide relief, developers like Full Circle, really have to fight and fight and fight for every single affordable unit. And that's in large part because of zoning and in large part because of the feeling that no place is the right place for it. At the same time that this is all going on, the housing crisis is increasing here as well as across the country. We're seeing increasing economic disparities among the people who already live here in our region, plus a growing inflow of refugees from other parts of the world due to war, crime, and broken economies. We're also seeing victims of natural disasters and climate change seeking housing. So at Connections, we're seeing people coming from all of these different areas. One of the things that the Alliance is really trying to focus on is to stress that creating greater affordability with projects like Grace Terrace will help not only the people in need, but it will also make a positive difference to the surrounding community. Because the people who move from housing they can't afford into housing they can do better, their communities do better too. When people can afford their housing, they spend more money in the community, they pay more in taxes, they cost the community less in healthcare, emergency services, and crime. They take better care of their homes and take pride in their neighborhoods. They become stewards of their communities, and they are much less likely to become homeless, which is a huge expense, both to them and to the communities in which they live. So we really need to start looking proactively at the housing shortage. We need to be allowing changes in zoning that currently serve as barriers, and we need to be opening up where we can put affordable housing, whether it's for people with disabilities or not. Approving Grace Terrace is a very small but forward-thinking action that you can take. You can take it tonight. While the immediate neighbors have natural concerns about change and would like things to stay the way they are, there is no hope of that. The world is changing. Your vote to approve the zoning for Grace Terrace will support change for the better, decreased poverty and suffering with greater stability for the community as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sue. Next is Robert O'Neill and then Barb Cornu.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Robert O'Neill. I live at 502 West Campbell. My wife and I have been residents of Arlington Heights for 32 years. In the interest of full disclosure, I've spent the last 13 and a half years before retiring at the end of May in the affordable housing industry. During that time, I've crossed paths with the folks at Full Circle many times. And not to rehash what everyone said tonight, I will say that from my personal experience with Full Circle, as well as other for-profit and not-for-profit developers of low-income housing, I've always found them to be a competent, very honorable group of people to work with. They're mission-driven, as the not-for-profit that I worked for was, and they're committed to improving the quality of life for people, not only with disabilities and veteran status, but across the spectrum of people in need of affordable housing. So I don't need to burn up my whole 3 minutes here, but I just want to offer my support for the project. Again, preferably the three-story building. The two-story building is better than nothing, but I want to voice my support for the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. O'Neill. Next is Barb Cornu, and Maggie Trevor is next, if she's still here. There she is.
Good evening. My name is Barb Cornu. I'm the District Director for Cook County Commissioner Scott Britton, who represents many of the residents of Arlington Heights and the surrounding communities. Point of privilege that I have Cook County Commissioner Maggie Trevor right here. Commissioner Scott Britton is pleased to support the development of Full Circle Communities Grace Terrace, a 25-unit permanent supportive housing for individuals with disabilities, youth aging out of care, and local veterans with disabilities. Commissioner Britton was very fortunate that he was familiar with the good work of the North and Northwest Suburban Task Force on Supportive Housing that is partnering with Full Circle Communities on this project. In August 2019, Commissioner Britton toured the Harts Place location with President Preckwinkle. Commissioner Britton commends you all for the diligence of the commissions and boards of Arlington Heights and their commitment to the village inclusionary housing ordinance. Commissioner Britton wholeheartedly recommends the approval of this new permanent supportive housing, the three-story version that will meet the needs of your entire community. I cede to Cook County Commissioner Maggie Trevor.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. Thank you, Board. I am Cook County Commissioner Maggie Trevor. I represent the 9th District, which includes the property that we're talking about tonight, as well as many of the residents here who have spoken. I'm here to speak in support of Grace Terrace. There's a very well-documented shortage that's been discussed tonight of affordable housing in the county, particularly in the northwest suburbs. And it's a priority for Cook County government to address this. This shortage has a disproportionate impact on the disabled and veteran populations, as well as other disadvantaged individuals. They find acute challenges finding housing in communities like Arlington Heights and in the northwest suburbs. The Cook County Board of Commissioners recognizes the value of projects like this one and unanimously approved Resolution 24-2914 on June 13th, with all commissioners present for the vote added as co-sponsors. That proposal committed $2.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding to this project in the form of a 30-year, 0% interest deferred payment loan that supports not only the development but also the ongoing functioning of this project. In addition to the commitment from Cook County, the project also brings together resources from the State of Illinois Housing Development Authority, the Federal Home Loan Bank, through its affordable housing program, Commonwealth Edison under its energy efficiency program, and others to bring a quality building to this community. The development will allow disabled individuals and veterans to live within their community rather than being forced to seek affordable housing elsewhere. And I believe we heard from one of the residents of the Hart project that he was from Buffalo Grove and was able to find housing in that development close to his family. Even though we can't guarantee that they're Arlington Heights residents, it creates more units available to this community and helps people find and continue to be part of the communities where they find their families, where they have their medical support, and that's really critical to helping this population of people. I also wanted to take a step back from my notes. I am not an Arlington Heights resident, thus I'm probably speaking last or close to it here, but I am a Rolling Meadows resident. I was born and raised in this community. I'm aware of the long history of Arlington Heights in issues that have come up repeatedly about affordable housing, including, I might add, the town where I live now. Rolling Meadows was originally affordable housing for returning veterans, or at least that was where it was being marketed to. My father was a World War II veteran. He bought his house in Rolling Meadows in 1956 using a discount for veterans. That development was, a lot of the arguments against Rolling Meadows are the same ones that we've heard here. Property values declining, worries about increases in crime. None of that came to fruition. Also, some of the other developments we have for affordable housing in Arlington Heights, some of which were built. A lot of those arguments were also made against those. They have not come to fruition. This is a good development. Full Circle has the confidence of the Cook County Board and President Prechtwinkle. It has my confidence. I believe that this project will do far more good than harm to this community, and including the residents that live near it. I do hear you. I understand your concerns, but I think, first of all, that you won't realize that harm,
Maggie,
and the
I'm gonna have to
community
cut
will
you
be.
off.
And thank you.
All right, thanks, Maggie. And Barb. Next is Linda Wasey, and then Hugh Brady.
Hi, I'm Linda Wasey. I'm a member of Southminster Presbyterian Church in Arlington Heights, and I would like to read to you a letter of support from Patricia Edom, Mayor of Lansing, Illinois, to Full Circle Communities regarding an apartment building for people with disabilities. I'm writing to you. Patricia is saying, I'm writing to let you know that Lansing Police Department is very pleased with your development, Torrance Place, located at 2320 Thornton Lansing Road in Lansing, Illinois. Our police department has seen firsthand the positive impact of stable, affordable housing on community safety and well-being. Full Circle's proactive property management and services model has made the project a benefit to the community from a safety perspective as well. Full Circle has our continued support as a great owner and operator of affordable housing in our community. Also, another letter of support that you all also have is from Douglas Martin, Director of Economic Development, City of McHenry, regarding an apartment building for people with disabilities. And he too has only praise to say for Pearl Street Commons that you've already been told about. And he says, this is a property now an asset to our community. And throughout the process, Full Circle was a reliable and responsive partner. I also do want to mention that you have also heard about the various calls that were, police calls that were realized at Hart's Place, things such as parking complaints, service suspicious subject, loud noise, fraud activity, and public service calls with a fire department call as well. But also for you to notice that when we could take a look at the police calls for the streets that are on Emerson, Council Trail, and Haven Street behind this proposed development, and the calls were animal complaints, criminal damage to property, public service, accidents, reckless driving, and a Code 2 fire department call. So neither community, neither neighborhood had any misdemeanor or felony arrests. And the low police activity at Hart's Place is in keeping with national statistics. And according to the Office of Victims of Crime in Washington, D.C., well, my time is up, but we've already talked about criminal people with supportive housing, people who live there are not criminals. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks, Linda. Next is Hugh Brady, and then Kathy Glasden.
Good evening. My name is Hugh Brady. I am the co-president of the Housing Task Force, and I would like to suggest that 1519 South Arlington Heights Road is a good location for permanent supportive housing. It's just a few blocks from a PACE bus route. So residents who don't have access to cars will have access to the whole suburban area. It's close to a Jewel, a bank, and other stores, so residents, even those without cars, will be able to get groceries and have access to banking services, employments. It's also close to a Northwest Community Hospital. It's also a good location because there's already a three-story condo apartment building just 0.14 miles across the street from Arlington Heights Road. It's also a good location because it is what the Illinois Housing Development Authority, the state agency that funds housing projects like this, calls an opportunity area. One of the things IDA scores on in its application rubric is how close the site is to low and middle income, upper income areas. IDA prefers not to concentrate low-income housing with other low-income housing. To avoid this concentration, IDA give preference to proposals that are part of middle and upper class housing areas. In fact, the way IDA scoring is structured, it's very difficult for a project to be funded if it is not part of an opportunity zone. 1519 is. Finally, 1519 is a good location because for all intents and purposes, it is the only available location. When the Housing Task Force began to look for potential sites in Arlington Heights several years ago, there were only 3 sites on the market that were large enough. One became Crescent Place. The second one was a good location, but it was in such an unusual shape that Full Circle Architects couldn't fit a building on it. That left 1519. It even had a willing seller. So if the village wants to meet the elements of its own housing plan, 1519 is the place it must be. Please vote yes. As I said last December, if not here, where? If not now, when? Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Brady. Next is Kathy Glasden, and then Diane Rock.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathy Glasder, and I'm maybe one of the few people that I'm not an Arlington Heights resident. I live in McHenry County. And yet, historically, I did live in Arlington Heights for a whole 9 months when I was growing up. So on South Vale Street. And I might have had imbibed at the Vale Lounge once in a while, but please don't record that. I'm blessed, our family is blessed to have a son that has an SMI, severe mental health illness. And why am I here? Like, Kathy, what's your why? I didn't really know what the task force is. It isn't some random group. I thought, well, what do they do? And in the family support group meetings that we go to for NAMI, and I'm proudly wearing my shirt, the common thread for every single person that attends that meeting is, what is going to happen with our adult children? Where will they be? I thought to myself, I would never invite you to walk a mile in our shoes. Why would you ever want to if you knew what we know with someone that has their brain on fire? And yet, I say, you know what, Kathy? No, there's a silver lining. I invite you to walk in my shoes because then we would know how to be better human beings with each other. My child
Kathy?
is on his way till Vanderbilt. And at 15 years old, the world crashed down, and it's still crashing down at 32. Yet with hope and gratitude, that's why I'm here this evening. And kudos to the families that have concerns. I'm sure we would all have those concerns, but let our concerns be founded on total facts and know the whole story. Please do our homework. Do our homework to be here. And yes, God bless you all. If you ever have someone that develops something like we could all have, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be a month, it could be your best friend, your spouse, your parents, Alzheimer's, dementia. There's all kinds of illnesses. 1 in 5 of us, that's my big stat for tonight, which we all know already. 1 in 5 of us will have some type of mental health condition. And where do we go? What do we do? I thank the board for giving us an opportunity to have hope and gratitude. Okay? Appreciate your concerns. The power's in the question. We don't know what we know till we know. By attending this meeting tonight, for me, the power is in the gift. The gift is there is so much more work to be done for this. And the reason I joined the task force here is because why can't we have more like this in McHenry County? So therefore, the gift and the opportunity to look at you all with your eyes and my heart and the hearts of the people in this room. We're all human beings. And we need to work on these, not in problem settings, but in solution settings.
You're going to have to finish up, Kathy.
And that's it.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Great, thanks a lot.
So much.
Appreciate it. Next is Diane Rock and then Susan Piasecki. All right, Susan Piasecki, and then Eric Cianelli. Erica.
Ooh, hello. Is this thing on? Yikes. Hi. All right. Hi, I'm Susie Piasecki. I'm from Mount Prospect, actually. I live at Myers Place, a permanent supportive housing apartment building there, so represent you. Yeah, I live with depression, anxiety, PTSD, even though I'm not a vet. I do understand living with trauma. And recovery. I live at Myers Place. I live with depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and I live with hope as well. Thankfully, in very large part because of the permanent supportive housing I'm in, because it helps me take care of my place. It helps me take care of myself. It helps me be able to call a place my home. And by taking care of my place, taking care of myself, taking responsibility to do everything I can to live in wellness, to live in recovery, day by day. You know, it's like they say, you know, take it day by day, one day at a time kind of a thing. It makes a difference. And, you know, we're talking all about the question of crime in the community that's been going on all night long. You know, echoing other folks, basically, you know, with the stats, the research has shown, I don't know, over a decade, nationwide statistics show that, you know, people in recovery from disabilities were more likely to be the vulnerable victims of crime and violence than to be the perpetrators. I mean, the only crime being committed here is that we're being discriminated against. You know, that's really what it comes down to. Discrimination against people with disabilities. And the issue of zoning, you know, call it what you want, it's really an issue of humanity. That's the thing. You know, it's not about the 2-story, 3-story. I do go with the 3-story, but you know, it's not so much about the 2-story, 3-story details. That doesn't matter as much as the acceptance and the belonging of people with disabilities and veterans in the community. So, you know, and people say, oh, I don't have anything against Black people, but they shouldn't use our water fountains. Oh, I don't have anything against queer people, but I don't want them using our bathrooms. Oh, I don't have anything against people with disabilities, but we don't want them in our backyard. You know, well, you know, let's get right down to it. You know, oh, we're talking about property values. You want to talk about values? All right. Well, you know, are we really living our values if we're now talking about being compassionate and kind and empathetic and supportive? You know, echoing what someone said here earlier, you know, love thy neighbors. Where's the love? Where's the love? So, you know, I want to talk values, not just property values, talk values, live it. And yeah, so I guess I'm running out of time, so just thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Susie. Next is Erica Cianelli and then Linda Orsler.
Good evening. I was trying to get in before the end of the night, so hopefully I'm almost there. My name's Erica Cianelli. I am here as a resident of Arlington Heights for the past 17 years. I'm also on the leadership team for the Northwest Alliance for Housing Affordability, an executive director of a nonprofit organization here in Arlington Heights called Family Forward that helps low-income working families in the Northwest suburbs with rental assistance, mentoring, and other support services. Our clientele is not veterans or disabled people, but we do support the practical efforts to provide affordable housing opportunities for any people in need. I do want to share a little bit of a letter of support for Grace Terrace from James Dowling, who's the hospital director of the Edward Hines Veterans VA Hospital. Ending veteran homelessness is a top concern of the Edward Hines Jr. VA Hospital. We work closely to coordinate services with community-based organizations, other federal and state agencies to end homelessness. Such housing reduces homelessness through the availability of an affordable place to live. Full Circle's Grace Terrace development will be a welcome resource, and it's a great housing option for veterans. He also goes on to say, when appropriate, Edward Hines Jr. VA Hospital is ready to collaborate with community housing developments to end veteran homelessness. So I just wanted to share that letter of support, and I also want to support this development as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. Next is Linda from Ascension Center for Mental Health. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for listening. I am Linda Orgler.
I am a case manager at the Ascension Center for Mental Health in Arlington Heights, and this is my supervisor, Tricia. And we work very hard to help people with disabilities to find permanent supportive housing. And I don't want to repeat a lot of the stuff that's been said. We've all heard it. I want to thank everybody for being so passionate on both sides. And what I'm hearing is that both people think that they're both kind of sides are thinking that they're the ones that are being discriminated against. And I just want us all to come together because we all want the same thing. We want to protect our disabled. We want to protect the veterans. We want to protect the people that need protecting. So why don't we just stop this bickering and make it happen? First Circle seems like they're doing a wonderful job, and this particular property seems to be unique in that there's so much protections there. There's people haven't talked much since the beginning. When Denise mentioned that there's 24-hour surveillance, there's cameras that will protect these people, and the surveillance can be looked at remotely, and there's case management that they get, and the vetting. These people are being vetted, right? They're not going to be criminals. I'm not going to keep repeating. I know what's hard for people to. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Linda. And the last card I have is Mark Levin. I assume Rosemary Walter is not here, right? Rosemary? Okay.
Hi, I'm a father of a 33-year-old young lady who lives at Phil Haven. And it took her quite a while to get accepted into there. She applied back in August of 2016. There was a wait list of about 250 people. Some people literally slept outside so they could get to the front of the wait list the night before. And fortunately, about 7 or 8 months later, she was accepted into the facility. And it's really given her a renewed sense of purpose, a sense of pride that now she could conduct her affairs as an adult. She actually ended up meeting her husband there, and certainly that's added a lot to her life as well. I would like to ask all of you to consider the fact that ideally, this facility is being marketed, so 70 or 80% of the residents are already living in Arlington Heights. And so this is not just something that is being used to attract people from the outside. It's actually being used to provide services to people who really need the benefits of supportive housing. I'd also like you to keep in mind that even some of those people that are being accepted are homeless. So are we really doing our community a favor by not accepting people who cannot find a home, within Arlington Heights? I don't think so. So, I appreciate everybody's concerns. You all have valid opinions and valid feelings. And I just hope you consider the fact that we can make this even a better community by attracting people who want to be part of the community and want to contribute to the community. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Mr. Levin. Those are all the blue cards that I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address the board on this item? Greg. Greg, give us your full name, please.
Will do. Thank you very much. My name is Greg Zick. First of all, I want to commend everybody who was here tonight and stating their opinions. This is how our society works. We disagree. We come up with our different views, and we come up and we make a point and we make a case. So for that, I thank everybody who came from both sides. Now, I've been living in Arlington Heights since 1995, and I will tell you right now, I do not live in the neighborhood where everybody is concerned about. But I do live about 3 blocks away from Crescent Place, which we've talked about before. And this brings back memories from about, when was that, about 3 or 4 years ago, listening to the arguments. It's essentially the same thing that we heard at that particular point. And at that time, voted to do, and that was another zoning issue, and to redo the zoning and make it into a place where Crescent Place could be built. Now, it's been there for, I think, about a year now, and as I said, I live about 3 blocks away from it. I go for walks at nighttime all the time, though it's after midnight, so I probably won't do it when I get home tonight. And I feel safe, and I feel fine there. And they're actually, it's great for the community, what's come in there. The other part about the home values, if my neighbor who just sold his house, if that's any kind of example of what does to home values, well, thank you, because the home sold for a lot more than what we thought it was going to sell for. So what this really comes down to is a zoning issue in my particular mind. And you've had an open area, it's been zoned one thing for a long time. Now you have to do something else because it's not moving, it's not doing anything. So what's the decision? You're going to have to rezone it, you're going to have to redo something. And you've got the petitioners here who are coming up with something that makes sense. They want to build something there. They want to use that space instead of just leaving it vacant. So while it may not be the perfect solution for everybody, and I do get that, it makes sense. It's been there for a long time. It's been doing nothing for a long time. So now you have to make a change. And that's why rezoning does come up. So I will support making this change. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks, Greg. Anybody else in the audience? Right, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Passman, wanting to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just as we turn back to the board for discussion and I presume a vote on the motion that's on the table, I wanted to note, again, the zoning relief requested, there's a few elements of relief asked of the board to weigh in on tonight, but the zoning relief requested is a rezoning from the OT district to the I district and a planned unit development for an intermediate care facility. Neither of those elements, neither of those forms of relief presupposes the income of the residents, for good or for bad. In other words, while the applicant's proposal tonight is specifically to develop and operate an affordable facility, as we've heard, the income of the residents is not identified in our code as a factor for either a rezoning or for an intermediate care facility. I wanted to note that for the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Passman. All right, with that, we'll go back to the board for further questions or comment. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Further, Trustee Dunnington.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple of comments. First, thank you to everyone for being a great, I guess, audience tonight or residents tonight. I feel like everyone really listened and was respectful, and it was great to hear everyone's opinions tonight. So thank you very much. I just wanted to say that I believe Grace Terrace has worked hard since December to make a lot of the requested changes that we asked for. They eliminated all of the variances that were originally part of the plan in December. I also feel like Grace Terrace, they have 9 letters of support from the communities that they are in. You can see those on the village website. The village does have a noise ordinance if there is a problem in the area with noise. And their screening information, their process is a lot more detailed than any kind of plan that we've seen from other applicants for apartments or any other projects. So I would support the 2-story option that is the motion that we have right now, but I really am in support of the 3-story option. When I'm hearing people that are in support of Full Circle, I'm hearing people say that they want the 3-story option. And when I'm hearing people talk about people that are not interested in supporting Full Circle, they're not indicating support for a 2-story option in replace of a 3-story option. So I think that we should, I would really like to know if there's support on the board
for a 3-story option before we vote on a 2-story option.
Okay, well, if no one else wants to comment, I'll go ahead and comment. I again, would echo Trustee Dunnington's comments and thanks to all members of the audience for your respectfulness and courteousness throughout the process tonight. Very much appreciated. It really made the meeting go very quickly, surprisingly. We got done with all public comment by midnight, much quicker than I expected. And so we thank you for your cooperation and input. The input, not just this evening, but throughout these many months, has been very valuable. And I think it really has resulted in a better project. I mean, I think the board and Full Circle has listened to the input from the residents. And as a result of the input from the residents and the concerns that you've shared, I think it is now a better project. So it's flipped the parking, flipped the other things to the Arlington Heights side. And now it's a lower building. And I know there were a number of residents at the first hearing who expressed concerns that people would be looking from the 3rd story into their single-family homes. And so as a result of this 2-story proposal that the Full Circle is willing to do, I think they've addressed some of those concerns. And I very much appreciate their willingness to do that. Just so everybody knows, they're not reducing the number of units. Whether it's 3 stories or 2 stories, it's still going to be 25 units. So I think a 2-story proposal is better for those reasons, because it does address many of the concerns that were voiced by the neighborhood. I'm just very moved by a couple of speakers here this evening, one of which was Martin Kloss. And, you know, he was a resident of Hart's Place that was very courageous in coming here tonight to explain how much he appreciates the opportunity to live in a very high quality building like Hart's Place on the north side of our community. And there's going to be problems no matter where you live, whether you're in a building like this or you're in a single family home or wherever. Crime can happen anywhere. And it does. You know, Arlington Heights is not immune to crime. We're not a 100% crime-free community. We're far from it. And so it's going to happen anywhere. But I feel comfortable that this development is going to be a safe place for not just the residents who live there, but also for the surrounding neighborhood. And finally, Greg Zick was the last speaker, but a very important speaker in my mind, because he said what I was going to say about Crescent Place. And I said that at the last hearing. We hear all the time about people who are concerned about developments like this that certainly might have the potential for decreasing property values or bringing in undesirables, and that's just not the case. It has never been the case in my 33 years plus on the village board. I've been around for many, many proposals, and it's never come to fruition. And so I am very confident that this proposal, this development will follow suit, as all these others have in those many years that have come before them. So I am in support of the motion at 2 stories. Trustee Shirley.
Just want to point out that I'm going to vote no on this, whether it's 2 or 3 stories, and that's because I'm against the zoning and the land use change for no other reason. And I just want to point out that Full Circle came to us with a 2-story proposal like a week ago. This is not them being gracious. They were up against it. They counted the votes and figured out that they weren't going to get the 3-story. And so that's why they're modifying it, and that's why we don't even have a formal plan, because they just did it at the last minute, you know, out of desperation. So, and then just also to point out that we're going to give what is an advisory, you know, motion here. Whatever we vote tonight, that's it. It's done. We're not going to go back on that, regardless of supermajority or anything else. So I can see where the cards are stacked, and that's fine. That's the will of the board. But let's not give Full Circle any credit for waiting till the last minute and dragging everybody through this, and then just at the last throwing a Hail Mary for a 2-story just to get out of it. They shouldn't have bought the property in the first place without the contingencies. I don't think we should bail them out, so that's all I have.
All right, trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. So can I ask a quick question for Mr. Passman, just to make sure I understand? So tonight's vote does not have to be a super majority tonight for them to move forward. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, Trustee Tinaglia. Under the village code, as Mr. Perkins outlined now a few hours ago,
Yesterday?
It was yesterday. I didn't want to say it that way, but okay, we can say yesterday. The village code has a provision, and it's similar to one that's in state statute, that provides that when there is a protest by, for lack of a better term, neighbors in the immediate vicinity,
Sure.
it triggers a supermajority vote of 2/3 of the entire board. That is truly specific to the rezoning, which, as you've heard tonight, is a necessary predicate for this all of the relief here. Without the change to the institutional district, there's no ability to have an intermediate care facility in the village. So that the rezoning happens not with a vote to direct the drafting of ordinances, but when the ordinance for rezoning is actually before you, which would be at a subsequent meeting. I know that the staff has put the motion with the recommended conditions on the screen, and highlight that first one. There will be an ordinance that comes forward. And I know the board's familiar with this, but for the benefit of the public, all zoning approvals are done by ordinance, and there are no ordinances in tonight's packet. We typically ask the board to review a matter, and then you will direct staff in our office to draft the ordinances. It is those ordinances that actually confer whatever zoning relief an applicant may ask for. That's not just this one. That's any zoning relief that we see at this level. So when that ordinance comes forward, and I'm guessing if this motion passes, it won't be at your next meeting because there's some work to do with completing the plans and going to the design commission. That ordinance will be subject to a 2/3 supermajority vote. The petition we received is of equal force to that rezoning, as the manager indicated earlier tonight. The petition was to oppose the rezoning, and the rezoning is the same whether it's a 3-story or a 2-story building.
Got it. Okay. I think I understand. So I want to make a couple of comments. I've got a note, I have a full page of notes here. This was quite a meeting tonight. And one of the residents made a comment about Luther Village. So I'm going to share my oldness. I was the young architect who designed all those buildings back in 85, 86. I was working with the architects right across the street here, and my boss and I came to this village hall, and it was so crazy. It was so out of control. They stopped the meeting and moved us to Forest View High School for another hearing because so many residents were afraid. It was a frightening thing. As a kid growing up, I used to play in those fields because I lived right across the street. And as I listened tonight, it is the fear of the unknown. There's no doubt about it. It's the fear of what might happen. And you look at Luther Village, it's a wonderful place. There's nothing to be afraid of there. If you know me and you've listened to my speaking and you watched my voting, you know that I supported Crescent Place. I supported Shelter Inc. I've supported all of these facilities because I know there's a need for it. I know it. And we all know it. There's no denying it. We all know it. My comment that I made last time that this project was here, I said, does it fit? And it's really the critical issue in my head. Does this fit? Does it work? Does it make sense? It's not, is there a need for it? It's the zoning, like Trustee Shirley said. It's the zoning. Does it fit for this piece of property and does it make sense? So that's what I'm struggling with. That's what I have been struggling with all this time. So that the first comment I made had to do with a place as wonderful and as beautiful as Luther Village. Not because I designed all those buildings, it's because it's just a wonderful place and it's not scary.
Not anymore.
So I have the floor. You guys have had the floor before, so please don't interrupt. The next thing I wanted to say has to do with what the terminology we've been using here, the phrase for veterans and people with disabilities. That's That's a little misleading the way that's spoken. It's not for veterans and people with disabilities. I think Mayor Hayes and I have pointed out really clearly tonight, it's for people with disabilities. And some of those might be veterans with disabilities. It's not for veterans and people with disabilities. You can be both, but it's not either or. Does that make sense? Everybody clear on that? Because I wasn't at first. And when these folks came the very first time through here, we were all sold. I mean, this is a wonderful, wonderful project. Bring it on. But then something changed, and it's not really just for veterans or people with disabilities. It's not either or. So I guess what it boils down to for me is I've listened for a long period of time here, and I don't think my vote's going to matter one way or another here. But I did tell the developer before, I said, if you want my vote, it's not going to be 3 stories. I'm an advocate. I want to see this project happen, okay? But it can't be the way it's been. And there's still things wrong with this project the way it is right now. The parking is completely overloaded. You guys know that. You don't need all that parking. It needed to be flipped. It needed to be facing Arlington Heights Road. It needed to have a good distance between the back of the building and the residence with lots of landscaping. And it needed to be 1 or 2 stories. I think it should be a 1-story building. I could probably go along with a 2-story building, but not a 3-story building. So that's where my brain's at with all this.
All right, other questions or comments from the board? All right, we have a motion and a second. Motion, again, to clarify, is just to approve the 2-story, or to recommend approval.
To direct the drafting of
Direct
documents.
drafting. Tell us again what it is.
I believe, and I'll let Trustee Schwingbeck correct me because it was his motion, but as I
right.
understood it, it was a motion to direct the drafting of approval documents for a 2-story development for all the 4, I'll refer to the screen, all the 4 items referred to on the screen, the preliminary plat, amendment to the comprehensive plan, rezoning, and PUD approval, subject to the conditions. If you can, Director Perkins, there's the 4 on this screen, and there's the remaining 6, so that the 10, oh, there's more than that, excuse me. So now we're really done. Well, there were conditions 1 through 16, a couple of them have been struck through. So the conditions on the screen, I believe this is also in the agenda packet.
Yes.
Yes,
Right,
correct.
So the condition there, I believe that is the motion.
Couldn't have said it any better.
Okay.
Wow.
And,
That's
and again, just to clarify
kind of you,
again,
Trustee Schwingbeck.
this is not a final vote this evening. There's still a ways to go through the process, and so
Correct.
it'll come back at some point in September, perhaps.
What we will do is we want to ensure, given the supermajority requirement, that the entire board is present. So, number one, it would, if this motion is approved, it has to go to the design commission. We don't know how long that's going to take. They could continue it, have a couple of meetings. So the earliest time where after the design commission completes its work and we can put together an ordinance and complete all of this, where the entire board is going to be present is when we'll have this. And so
Okay.
we just don't have a date yet. We'll be polling the board to see dates that they're available.
Okay, well, hopefully everything is clear now. Trustee Bertucci.
Okay, what's, I guess, not clear to me is the plan commission. Are we saying that through, once this, if this goes in motion, that throughout the rest of this process until shovels in the ground, it'll never see the plan commission?
Correct.
I mean, the plan commission has said no to the ordinance issue, but what about the building? We don't know what the building's gonna look like or be, or.
The plan commission's role is to weigh in on the zoning aspect of it.
Well, what's the
And-
difference between the plan commission and the zoning commission then?
Well, the zoning board of appeals deals with things in a different way. But in terms of the plan commission approving this concept, they've already weighed in on the zoning. And so the board is informed by their input. And if the board approves a motion tonight, they do that knowing that the Plan Commission had recommended to not do that. And that, as you all know, happens plenty of times.
Okay, so who's going to look at the design commission's going to look at the building from a standpoint of the design, but who looks at the rest of the aspects of the building?
If I can jump in, so the next step will be the developer, assuming if there is a vote, in favor of the motion, then the developer will need to prepare all their plans, site plan, revised landscape plan, revised engineering plan, floor plans, architectural plans on the exterior elevations. Those will all be reviewed by staff. All the departments do a full review again. The design commission application, they'll submit their architectural plans. They will go to the public meeting and have the architecture of the building reviewed by the design commission. And if and when the design commission make their motion on the revised architecture for the two-story building and staff has completed the full review of all the drawings and packages, then the ordinance would be drafted and it would come back to the village board at that time for final vote.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. I think everything's clear.
Yeah.
Trustee Tinaglia.
So Charles, parking. Now, I understand why they did what they did. And you and I, all, them, you, me, we know it's way over parked. So what's going to happen next with that?
Our suggestion at Plan Commission that was not taken up was to for them to seek a variation and provide less parking. That's not what they're asking for. And that would trigger the 6 out of 8 supermajority votes for the variation on the parking.
So this was gamesmanship is what this was, right?
It's the developer's decision to provide all the parking and not seek that variation based on probably the votes that were needed.
Yeah. So if I understand this correctly, tonight's vote, whether it's 5-3 or 6-2 or anything like that, if it gets a simple majority, an ordinance will be drafted and come back here, and a supermajority will be necessary at that point.
Correct.
If I could clarify, because this vote is being driven by the protest petition, when we say supermajority in this instance, we mean 6 out of the 9 votes on the entire village board, including the mayor.
Correct.
If, not to make this more complicated, but if they were to request a variation because there's been a negative vote of the plan commission, that would be 6 out of 8 votes without the mayor.
Right.
Because of how
Right, that's how the state law is written on that issue. Correct. That is not in present. That is not in play right now because there are no variations.
But if they were to request a variation on that, that would be an additional hurdle. And that's not something that they're seeking right now.
No, I get it. Okay.
Okay, anything else from the board? If not, roll call.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci?
No.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Dunnington?
Yes.
Trustee Shirley?
No.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes, with comment.
President Hughes?
Yes. Comment by Trustee Tinaglia.
I think it's really stinky about the whole parking thing and how this is set up. And I want these folks to have a better opportunity to do a better site plan. Now, if that means they have to go back to Plan Commission, or if they have to get some assistance out of the Design Commission with landscaping and so forth, but we should be giving this development land banked parking because they only need, Charles, how many stalls do they need? 20?
Well, we were suggesting 32 and the remainder be land banked.
What are they showing? 50 what right now?
51.
51. There's 20 extra stalls of pavement and drive aisle and less green space and so forth. So I would be a really strong advocate to try and make this project better than it is right now. And I know it's gamesmanship, and I get it, but I think it's a mistake.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing
I would
none.
like to see less parking as well, if it was possible.
Careful.
Okay, we have a result of 6-2, and we'll move forward as described by the village staff. And so, thank you all for joining us this evening. We appreciate your input and your patience. And with that, anything from the village manager under report?
Nothing further.
All right. Anything from the board under petitions and communication? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by trustee Baldino, seconded by trustee LaBedz. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.